excellent conference communication. The flagship of the people denied excellencies, scientists, business people, corporate sectors, and so on. This way we can have interactions, we can identify what are the issues. It will be a issues, marketing, marketing. First of all, by the
we have this where they work just working with therapies. It was this lucky to show our gratitude and have a word. Just working with therapies. It was this lucky to being that you will have muted them or actually we got a code which we see so many Google the call happening people are doing the people see but that is what has happened. So the first session, such an August gathering of Bastar State Commission actually that we have there. Obviously the focus is quite unique and quite different. The first session was all about India agriculture growth, India potential, what India has been doing, what India can provide. We are going to a sector which is different. What the international world has been, how do we collaborate with the international packaging, where the objective of doubling farmers is definitely be supported by the fact that we've seen that happen in a lot of products that we produce in farm in India, and we need international support. So, absolutely everyone is for Atmanirbhar Bharat, but for that Atmanirbhar Bharat and how the level of more than 85% of our land is being taken by rice, paddy, lentils, fruits and vegetables, and still we are importing so much. And that means there is a huge gap in terms of the demand and supply. And that is where the international fruits and vegetables come into play. Seasonality is one thing. You are in the northern hemisphere, products from the southern hemisphere. So consumers all across the world enjoy food all year round. Why should India be neglected out of it? Just say so that is what we are. What are we going to do forward with association forum formed in 2009? We are a very small nascent organization. We're very focused on food, and we are not for profit entity. Representing more than 5,000 members, importing from more than 60 countries with buying power of about $6 billion in terms of imports to the country. We absolutely work very closely with government, specifically with the Ministry of Agriculture, Department of Animal Husbandry, we work with food safety, the world part of the food industry. That's what we call it. It's controlled through it by it. We need to make sure that the products coming to India are fully compliant. And we also do a lot of B2B products. That's we also pay for trade. That's the language of what we have to do for long time. We absolutely support events like today to make sure that the success of the event is transcended beyond boundaries. It should not be India's first. We know that this should become much larger, and India needs domestic, local, fresh food, which we have been quite pragmatic again, and I hope we have very more to come. Now, if you look at the Indian market, we are currently importing anywhere between $376 billion worth of food and vegetables from across the world, and it is fresh food for about $406 billion. So, I remember my family had fresh food breakfast in the last 60 years, and for us, apples were something we used to consume only post July, August, until about December. That in the early stages, we did not fully close to it. So even in January, February, March, apples were not there. But today, whether it is me, whether it is my family, my mother, they enjoy apples all year round. From all across the world, different varieties. We are not stuck with a certain particular variety which we grow, we are taking advantage of that. And what we've seen is that the farmers are incorporating that accommodation where, we used to have this bar, like a lovely, box which was completely filled with, and there was this, newspaper which was there. And the grading was not happening. So people used to have the RP and then Masha Koran and Latani used to buy the product, grade it properly. Now, after seeing the international product, farmers, producers, or hackers across Himachal, across Canada, have started doing it themselves. They're getting better value, and that today, an apple from Kinnaur or Shimla or Himachal actually measures as high as 250, which is because at that point of time, the population of the farmers or even the traders did not realize that Indian consumers really to pay that kind of price for a premium product. But when they saw that they are paying the same kind of pricing for international food, they started adapting that in our system. And that is how the entire ecosystem has been built. So, that is what we've been doing. Basic custom duty, India is one of the highest in the tariff when it comes to food duty. Some form of tariff definitely there. But besides having those tariffs, we see tremendous growth in the fresh food industry. Majority of countries which are supplying are US, Chile, New Zealand, Australia, Belgium, France, and many more countries are opening up. In fact, there are many more countries who are just waiting for those, bilateral phytosanitary requirements India always has. Those are the non-tariff of the states. These are some of the challenges which the industry has been facing for the longest period of time, and the potential of the market is underdeveloped. And what also it does is that it allows Indian farmers, Indian producers who did not know what an avocado was 3 years back, but now are producing avocado in India. So you give them that potential and they're able to produce it. I am absolutely very sure that any Indian farmer is able to produce any food product in India as long as they give them an opportunity. But if you're restricting opportunities for them to know that avocado is not eaten by Indians, that is not the right way to promote any market in the world. Similarly, we have olives which are coming in from Spain and Italy there. So we are sure that there will be opportunities in India where olives can be grown. And in addition, got potatoes, now the farmers are getting quinoa, olives, and other kind of vegetables that are coming in. We see a lot of new asparagus, so many new asparagus. We've never had the kind of premium that asparagus fetch. We were importing from Thailand. Today, a lot of places are doing asparagus making a good return on their investment on a small patch of land. So that is something we do there. Food safety has always been talking about eat healthy, and this is a healthy eating rate food safety has, which if you look at the food section and vegetables, that's almost 50% of what food safety recommends for the Indian food. So, obviously we have challenges in supply chain, and every speaker earlier has spoken about it. It's been a lot of talking about from Hyderabad to TKD with bananas was first in 2018. Not very good. That was the first in 2018. So we should have been doing it for the longest period of time. We don't have cold chain facilities, and that's why 25% of farm produce are getting brought. We don't get the right value, and we have to ensure that food processing is also part of it. Absolutely, you cannot have people going their oranges on the street because they have to sell it at 1 rupee a kilo. Whereas there is an opportunity where Dabur is buying most of their orange pulp from other countries, but India can produce the orange pulp from the oranges that we have. So that is there. We always talk about new regulations which have come up. So this is some food of thought. The non-GM certificate is something the Indian government has recently introduced, where they've asked countries to give a non-GM certificate to products which do not have GM products. So apples for one, there is no GM product available except for one variety or two varieties which are there in US which has not allowed to export. But still, there is a non-GM certificate being required by the Indian government from EU, from New Zealand, where countries have stated that we are completely a non-GM country, but still these certificates are there. Retaliatory tariffs have been on fresh apples. Delay and lack of phytosanitary requirements is something that the government always for that to allow some products to make. We are happy with that. We have no problem. But the delay is not something that we are looking at. We believe that there should be more transparency. There should be a certain charter. There should be something that you apply for a phytosanitary requirement from a country. It should happen in 3 months, 6 months. It cannot linger on for 5 years and 3 years when the negotiations are going on. Indian food safety is currently in the regime where they're doing 100% sampling. That means every shipment which is coming in has to be tested, which takes up a lot of time and effort, and it increases the price to the consumer. It doesn't impact the importer that much, but the consumer is paying a much higher price for that. And what's happening there about what is going on with the organic certification, because capita is talking about posting organic export, but when it comes to organic imports, we are restricted. We don't know who is that one authority. Food safety says it is capita says we don't know who's going to do it. So there is a ping pong match going on between food safety and capita, and we are the spectators who are getting paid the brunt of that.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much for joining in on the day two. Welcome to the third edition of Fresh India Show 2021 Global Conference, Exhibition, Networking, Meet and Awards. We are celebrating UN's International Year of Fruits and Vegetable and exploring F&B industry's current and future through dialogues with industry leaders. Congratulations to Media Today Group for organizing such an amazing event. We'd like to thank all our partners for making this event possible. And without taking much of your time, I know you all are really interested to have some conversations going, but we have a slight difference in the order of how things are going to go down as compared to the agenda. So let me quickly introduce you to the first session. It will be, of course, the opening remarks by Mr. Pavneesh Kohli. He's the former CEO, National Center for Cold Chain Development, ex-Chief Advisor, Department of Agriculture. And he'll be, apart from doing the opening remarks, so we have a session that he'll be moderating and chairing. I would like to invite Mr. Pavneesh Kohli to kindly take on the main stage. And I'll request you all to put your hands together and welcome the gentleman with a huge round of applause. Wow, that was huge. Sir, I'll let you take a seat and let everybody get into the mode of welcoming the gentleman with a huge round of applause. Yes? Wonderful. Also, the session that we're talking about is going to be enhancement of F&B production, supply chain, cold storage and retailing. As I said, moderator is Mr. Kohli. We also have Nipendra Kumar Jha, General Manager, ITC Agribusiness Division, who's joining us online. Opportunities and challenges in marketing hydroponic produce in India. And that person is Professor G. Sundarsan, head of Department of Botany, Sri Venkateshwara University, Tripura, Andhra Pradesh, who's also joining online. Of course, apart from that, we have the first panel, Chef Mr. Vikas Pant, Executive Chef, Hotel Pride Plaza, New Delhi, who's joining in. So that's your panel, ladies and gentlemen. Let me also invite Mr. Ravindra Durare, President for Ecozone Solutions Private Limited, to be a part of the panel discussion as well. So you want to put your hands together and welcome Mr. Durare on the dais. I hope all of you have had some morning tea, coffee, something inside the system. You have, right? Come on, you can talk to me. You've had some tea or coffee? Two people. Thank you so much. For the rest of you all, let this more be a dialogue throughout the day. I'll be very happy if you respond to me. So enjoy the conversations. I'll let, of course, the gentleman on the dais to give out the opening address. Mr. Kohli, over to you.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I don't think I need the speakers. Anyway, thank you for inviting me here for this. I thought our session was a little later, but this preponement is good. We'll be done with this technical session and some of us earlier. As you're all aware, the whole world is moving towards a systems approach to food. Next month, there is a UN Food Systems Summit. And this change in the panel fits the agenda that the whole world is taking on, because the food system is defined at the UN level as production, transport, processing where needed, and consumption. So consumption side se bhi aa gaye, because without consumption, there is no system. Production on its own per se has no real meaning. In fact, there is, over the last decade or so, an inverse relationship between production and economic sustainability. What has happened is the more you produce, the lower the returns to the producer. The more you produce without associated logistics, more losses happening at that level. And if you produce without keeping in mind consumptions, then you're producing for the rats and the pests and the rodents, and there's even more food loss. Yesterday, I attended some of the sessions in the morning, and somewhere I was a little disappointed with the typical cliches that are usually being passed on when we talk about fresh fruit systems. People were saying there's 30, 40, 50% losses. And if we have cold chain, there will be no losses. Right? Dr. Neeru Dubey is sitting here. We've done one of the most extensive and comprehensive food loss studies to actually detail how much are the losses. So when we ever quote and speak of such things, we should have some prior data, first-hand research in mind, and not pass on what somebody said 15 or 20 years ago as par for the course. I think all of you should go through those documents. Food loss, I think Chef here will agree. If I'll give a simple example about food loss. Food loss is actual material loss, not loss in value. That's value loss. And which value if you're considering value? Value at farm gate, 3 rupees ka tomato hai. Value at terminal market, same tomato is 40 rupees kilo. Value at retail, so value loss, value is a manifestation of demand and supply. Value is a notion. Value is never equal to price. Value is translated into price once you have a target market in mind. What we actually measure in food loss is physical discards, physical desiccation, there's weight loss. Now, there are 3 of us sitting here. All are the same species, human beings. If we didn't have this air-conditioned environment, I would be sweating, I'd be losing some weight. Measure his body weight loss and my body weight loss and his body weight loss under different environments and say human beings sweat so much. It will be incorrect. His metabolism will be slightly different. Age is slightly different. Body content is slightly different. Little fat or muscle or whatever, right? So whenever we measure food loss, we must actually follow the same unit load from origin to destination and then determine that on this path and this route, so much was the loss. So that study that was done was very comprehensive and came up. It obviously did away with the CFET studies, which are 5 to 15% in fruit and vegetables. It is more than that, but it's specific to each crop type, each product type, and on what routes they're deployed on. Every time there's a handoff of the custody and the handling process causes losses. And those are discard losses, weight loss. Then I also keep hearing that if we had cold chain, there would be no loss. And cold chain for most people is cooling. Agar thanda kar diya to loss band ho gaya. Bhai, no. He has wonderful refrigerators here in his kitchen. If his produce stays in the refrigerator and he doesn't utilize it, it will still perish. Even grain perishes in silos. Cooling does not stop food loss. Cold chain does not stop food loss. Please, at least this group should have it very centered in their head. Cooling buys you certain time to bring the food into gainful use. So if my tomatoes are normally going to perish in 4 days, in the best of the cooling process, they will last around 12 to 14 days. Now, In those 12 to 14 days, a good business person, a good enterprise, I think Ecozen is doing it now, would use that time to connect with a better market, with consumption. If you just hold on, most people tell the farmers, "Aap cold store laga do, phir baad mein bechna." You have only deferred the loss and you have not intervened to change the market ecosystem. If I have to sell to this market, whether I sell today or 10 days later, the market situation has not changed. In fact, the cooling process is an input cost. So any technological intervention which buys you time, the imperative is on the user of the technology to utilize that time for better uses. So take that same unit of value where that value is accorded a higher price point. Don't store something at farm gate to only sell at farm gate. It's a loss of value now because you will be competing with non-input values. Use your technology to then market that produce at terminal gate, at another market. Simple example I've been quoting for the last 8-10 years is when in Bangalore they were throwing away tomatoes at 2.5, 3 rupees a kilo, because the Bangalore market is farm gate market. That's where they were producing. It was that much, it was worthless. In the same instant, that same unit of value without any lipstick, nail polish, any additional thing to it, if it was communicated to Delhi in a blind auction at Delhi's terminal market, was being sold at 30 rupees a kilo and market mein 40-45 rupees. 10 times, that's a 1000% price dispersion. 1000%. 4-day trip. Even if you take away the cost of transport and all, there was still 150 to 200% profit margin for the same unit of value. If you can get 100% margin every 4 days, that's the opportunity in the fresh business and across it. There are 5 different crop types which can be stored beyond seasons, and those are being well done in India. When people say there's no cold chain in India, they're wrong. They don't understand what kinds of cold chain, what sort of eating habits we have. We are the world's largest population density of vegetarians. Even if somebody says I'm non-vegetarian, maybe once in 15 days he has one little dish of meat. Your food plate is about 95% vegetarian. Even when people declare, no, I am non-veg, mahine mein ek baar khata hu, they feel guilty, they say I am non-veg. We still have 450 million vegetarians in this country, which is more than all the vegetarians in the entire world. So when we compare our cold chain with USA, which is eating largely frozen meats, and compare that cold chain per capita space, blah, blah, with India, which is largely eating perishable fruits and vegetables, which even in the best of cold chain will never last more than 2-3 weeks. Bananas will last 4 weeks at best, and then the last week they're non-saleable. When you buy time, you break up that time into supply chain segments. I will precondition them. This much time is to move them, buffer them at close to market and move into market so that you get shelf life on retail shelf and kitchen shelf. Shelf life is not in cold stores. That's holding life. Your total holding life is broken up into a small piece called shelf life. I'm getting into lecture mode, but that's not the whole idea. And I think what we'll do is get on with this panel discussion or your presentations. I said all this only to set right a few things that were bugging me since yesterday. And I hope all of you realize food is important for a civilization. Food system is important for the survival of a civilization. Whatever we do and produce is for our betterment, is for our resource use, to safeguard our resource uses. We can't destroy Mother Earth as well. We have from Haryana government here, he is nodding away, so he's heard all of this from me many times. इसलिए मैं आपको देख देख के कह रहा हूँ बहुत हो गया, अभी अब बंद कर देता हूँ. We will talk later on. Thank you, and I'll pass on to the chef for his presentation, right? Or you're giving a talk? Great, excellent, thank you.
Thank you very much. Being a user, I will say, like, we are the user. What we get is from the system we are getting. We are the last connect in the chain because there is a cultivation there, then the transportation is there, and everything is there. And then it comes to us. And being a chef, we need a proper product. If I want, for example, a golden apple, I want a golden apple. So I do not want any spotting, anything in that, because I have to present it to my guest. So things has to be done in such a way that there is very less wastage, as sir has said, because if you are keeping in a cold storage also things, it will not last than 3-4 days. I do agree with this, sir. And at the end, the food will deteriorate. Hopefully, I will use it somewhere else. Maybe I will make some pie, something else. But at the end, there is a loss because the food which I have ordered or vegetable which I have ordered for some purpose, I will not be able to serve that purpose. I would be using it somewhere else where I will not be able to serve my guest also in that way. So things has to plan in such a way what at the end, what is the demand, what is the need of the market and what do we are looking at. And then accordingly, it has to be prepared so that all the things are done in such a way that there is less loss because it's not only loss of money, it's loss of manpower. Everything is involved there, electricity, manpower, and we are destroying everything if we are not following the proper chain. So it's very important that we should take care of all those measures while producing things, distributing, and then it's coming to us. Because at the end, if good food is given to the guest, he will obviously come back to the hotel and demand will increase for such things. So we have to keep in mind while looking into this such system. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm so happy he agreed कि हाँ even in the fridge खराब हो जाएगा. In fact, if you realize कल यहाँ पे he was the second largest fruit and vegetable traders who was here from the Harshna group, and he'll tell you that if any of the fruits and vegetables stay in the cold store more than 4 days, fourth day alarm bells start ringing. It has to be moved into market because you want to make sure there is shelf life in somebody's kitchen. Kitchen shelf life होना चाहिए besides retail shelf life. Holding on doesn't make sense. It's a very fast moving business. Fresh food business is actually faster than consumer business. So it's most important. And another great thing he says, whatever I need is because there's demand for it. ऐसी थोड़ी ना कोई product मंगा रहे हो. So I've always said another thing. We kept hearing another cliche, farm to fork, farm to fork. Actually, when you look at the food system approach, your approach has to be from fork to farm. What is it that the fork needs? Hence, we must produce that. Farm to fork is a blind push model. And the fork to farm approach is a pull model. And these are supply chain terms. And this is where we have to go. If you're ever exporting something or you're selling something to him, he'll first say, I want this specifications, this dimension, girth, color, us hisab se bhejo. So when we are exporting something, what do? The exporter says, these are my specifications, supply this, and before he supplies, an LC is cut, a letter of credit, advance milta hai inse, ya wo exporter LC katega, and if those quality parameters are met, he releases the money. But what happens in a domestic market? A blind push because of this approach, farm to fork. वो बेचारा पहुंच जाता है, नहीं खरीद रहा, so then जो भी rate बोली जाती है, has to sell it. And the solution is not an input of cost in technology. Solution is actually bringing in demand intelligence. When we spoke of market intelligence in the government, all we did was put up prices. Daily prices आ गए जी market के. Price is a post facto information. उस price को देख के कल और लोग आ जाते हैं price drops. Price has no meaning. We want ex ante intelligence, right? Before the event, that Delhi consumes 600 to 800 tons of tomatoes every day, 21,000 tons every month. And accordingly, we must match our. So volumetric and obviously quality parameters, that comes down to more micro level. Some of this work is being undertaken by this new company. I can't call them new anymore, I think, but over to you about what Ecozen is doing in the fresh trades.
Thank you, sir. And thank you very much for inviting us in this session. Uh, I think I agree with most of the points communicated here by.
Where you don't agree, वो भी बता.
Ha, sir. I think there is a presentation, so I will definitely share some good pointers there as well. But I think one great learning I will say that came today morning for me as well personally is the cold chain buys time. Very, very important. And I think it's a very deep thought. I mean, there is a perception that the cold chain reduces food loss. It definitely helps. But the important factor is it buys time. And that time can be utilized to make the entire perishable supply chain more efficient. So we at Ecozen Solutions have tried many experiments in last 2 to 3 years. Uh, Even though we are there since last 10 years, but we still call ourselves very young because we are still learning under a lot of guidance of Bhavnesh sir and through a lot of experiments. What is important here is the demand intelligence, what is communicated is very important to understand. And that approach has to be changed in perishable industry. We have experienced and we have seen that if that demand intelligence is not known on the input side, then even if there are solutions available, the efficiency of the supply chain may not be achievable there. So what are the quality requirements? What are the requirements on demand side is very important to understand. So we at Ecozen Solutions in last 2 years have done used cold chain. We have enabled cold supply chain in India, and we have enabled further market connects for different commodities. And there are good data points available. During my presentation, I will display those data points as well, which will help us to understand how cold enabled supply chain can be made efficient through different sustainable technologies. So yeah, thank you so much. Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir.
If you can't see the presentation, Bolo will move to the side.
It will be displayed, right? Great. So we'll start with some statistics. These statistics are from some papers, some articles. Everybody is aware about those statistics which are with respect to the food loss. However, it is very important to know the statistics and then move on to how Ecozen solution is actually contributing in the overall perishable supply chain. Can we have next slide? Is this system? Achha, this is connected. Okay, thank you. Great. So one of the very important topic that was in a discussion again today morning is the demand and supply gap, and it is still exists in India. Globally also it still exists. And why is it important to understand this gap and how this gap can be reduced? Okay. We try to show this in the form of very small animated presentation. This is a hypothetical example where in one of the area, let's say the production levels are like 1,000 metric ton. Now, out of this 1,000 metric ton, there is a supply and demand gap. The local consumption is, let's say, 500 metric ton. Now, what happens to the balance 500 metric ton? Where does it go? One of the biggest challenges not understanding better supply and demand gap. And second is there is a consumption, there is a demand available at a further market, but this production doesn't reach to the further market. And the reason is there is a risk of perishing and few other parameters. The farmer or on the input side, this risk is there. And one of the reason of that risk is the farmer doesn't understand how to take this particular perishables to the further market, and hence there is a high level of local consumption. But with the help of efficient supply chain, with the help of cold enabled supply chain, this is absolutely possible. We are aware about that, but how to do that is very important. How to execute it is very important.
So at Ecozen Solutions, we tried different solutions at different touch points in the supply chain. One starting at the farm gate with the help of pre-coolers. Then in the logistic supply chain, either a part load logistic or a full load logistic, both the options. Many a times we have seen that farmer don't go to further market because they don't have full load logistic available. They don't have full load supply available with them. And then they have a fear of high transportation cost, and then they don't go to the further market. So how this part load logistic can be enabled, and part load, I will say cold logistic can be enabled. And then how to identify whether there is actual demand at the further market and what is the value of that demand. One of the point presented by Bhavnesh sir here is, what is here important is the value remains at both the locations. Tomato, मान लो source location पे 3 रुपए बिक रहा है और दिल्ली में it is like, let's say, 30 rupees. Okay, the value remains the same, but what happens in the supply chain is very important, and then the cold chain actually plays very important role there. So we have seen that 25% value of local consumption is lost only because of timing. It's only because of timing, and if this timing can be made efficient, okay. And one of the statement came today morning that cold chain buys the timing. Okay, how does it contribute? We'll show you in the form of some case studies here. And then without enabling this type of solutions, the 60% value is lost in the overall supply chain. Okay, so how we can reduce these values, how we can optimize these values, I think there the cold chain will play a very important role. So we'll come to the direct point here. So there is a traditional supply chain today where farmer goes to mandi, then it goes to wholesaler, then it goes to retailer, and then it goes to consumer. Okay, we believe that nowadays there are agri-tech value chains where the farmers are reaching to the consumers directly nowadays. Okay, through different channels, to the retailers, to the consumers, but without creating infrastructure. What is important here is to understand they are reaching to the consumers, but without creating infrastructure. And we believe that it is still unsustainable because there are still losses in this ecosystem. However, the Ecozen value chain that we have enabled recently in India is completely a cold chain solutions for perishables, where the farmer have an access of pre-coolers, I will say, at the farm gate. They can time it very well by staging the commodities and then enabling a very important technology that is a part load logistic cold chain technology. I will talk more about that. And then when it reaches to the retailers and consumers, they realize the value of it. So this is how the technology can be enabled in the overall perishable supply chain. Now this is Ecozen's full stack model. Okay, and then I will talk about case studies with respect to some leafy vegetables. How did we enable the overall cold supply chain? And strawberry is one of the best case study we did in the pandemic period. I mean, markets were closed, farmers were facing a lot of challenges in terms of identifying demand, the production was available, and how did they buy time to enable the complete value chain? So we have two solutions today. Ecozen develops two solutions. One solution is on cold room side, that is EcoFrost. So we have a portable pre-coolers. Then there is a solution of part load logistic in the form of cold chain. And what is important in the entire supply chain is to have data points available. So there is a IoT across supply chain. So one can define and one can capture different data points. Not only temperature, not only humidity, but there are many data points which are very important in the cold supply chain. So now we have to understand, one part is solution is available. Second part is you are tracking that solution. So tracking is also important. So this is available as a one stack. Now what is important here is one of the mistake the cold chain, I will not say in the cold chain industry, but one of the mistake many supply chain players do here is not understanding the agriculture very well. In India, if you look at different commodities, if you talk about cherry in Himachal, if you talk about lychee in Bihar, if you talk about strawberry in Mahabaleshwar, all these fruits are highly perishable, but the nature of the fruit is different. Like sir was sharing about body mass index. Similarly, all these perishable commodities are different in nature, and to handle them, it is very important to understand the commodity first and then how they can be handled in the supply chain. We did one of such great experiment in lychee this year, and I will show you that experiment as well. And then we also have EcoConnect as a platform where this demand intelligence comes into the picture. Like many times we have seen that there are many organized retailers in India, like let's say Amazon Fresh, Big Basket, More Retail. If you talk to them, or if you talk to traders, you will realize that the demand intelligence is different for different player. The definition of demand is different. For example, cherry requirement for Big Basket is different because their consumer base is different. For More Retail is different because their consumer base is different. So on the input side, this is very important that this data point should go to the input point, and accordingly the entire supply chain can be enabled. We'll jump to the case studies now. I will talk about strawberry first. And strawberry, everybody knows that nowadays it is available in different part of the country, but Mahabaleshwar is the location where strawberry production is highest even in India. What we did in the pandemic period, the strawberry from the Maharashtra transported to locations like Bangalore, Delhi, Chennai, Kolkata, and Mumbai. We call this as a farther market connect. Now, traditionally, this supply chain is available, but we have what we observe in Mahabaleshwar, a lot of farmers and a lot of aggregators transport this commodity via air mode. So from Mahabaleshwar, the commodity gets transported to the Pune airport. From Pune, it reaches to the Delhi by flight. Now, there is no infrastructure. There is no cold chain into that. They don't pre-cool a strawberry because they feel that strawberry is a highly perishable commodity. And if it reaches at a faster speed to the markets like Delhi, then it will get value. But ultimately, it incur into the lot of losses. So we observed those losses. And then we decided, why let's change this methodology. Let's train farmers, aggregators in Mahabaleshwar by adopting cold chain, supply chain, and cold chain practices. So we deployed the pre-coolers at the farm in the Mahabaleshwar. And the target was to pre-cool strawberry after harvesting within a span of 3 to 4 hours, so that it can be pre-cooled to a required temperature and then maintain the overall supply chain. So we did road transportation by using reefer. We also tracked different parameters and applied different technologies to control the atmosphere there. And when it reached to the destination, the feedback received from different organized retailers. One of the example we claim here is from Udaan. We did a lot of transactions with Udaan this year. They were facing a lot of challenges in terms of two things. One is quality, and second is the losses at the destination. Now, with enabling entire cold supply chain, you won't believe this year their volume grew to 3x as compared to last year. The only reason was they were getting the right quality, and the consumer feedback was fantastic for the entire strawberry transaction. And this was only possible because of pre-cooling strawberry at the farm, maintaining the entire supply chain in the cold form, and then reaching it to the destination, and then at the destination staging it properly. So the timing part also comes into the picture. So there were staging units at the destination. So they were storing strawberry in the staging unit, and again maintaining the proper time. So that helped them to maintain the freshness, get the right time, and get a positive feedback from the customers, and that grew their transactions to a 3x. The numbers presented on these slides are real-time numbers. We did almost 50 turns of transactions this year. And what is important here is to understand that in the overall supply chain, we reduced the logistic cost as well. And that led to a better profit to the farmers. So in return, we distributed that profit to the farming community as well, because we optimized the overall supply chain. Okay. And this is how the strawberry transaction went very well. During this transaction, we also approached Pawnesh sir to get a lot of inputs that how this cold enabled supply chain can be optimized. And we got a lot of clues from him as well, how we can optimize the supply chain. And we applied those thought process here as well. Now, this is very interesting, coriander. In India, we have seen that last 2 to 3 years, we are working with many organized retailers and traders. One of the point they claim that in leafy, the losses are very high. They don't get better life in leafy. And if they get better life, the fresh leafies at destination, they will be more than happy to work on leafies. And this is a very, very big pain point currently in India. You talk to any organized retailer, they will tell you, yes, there are a lot of issues in doing leafy transactions. What we did differently here is, again, the same methodology, okay, we followed. With the overall experiment, the entire supply chain was optimized up to 50%. You can see that the logistics and packaging cost was reduced by 50%. And that is the great advantage of having the cold enabled supply chain. Now, the traditional supply chain in the coriander is, we source it from Bangalore and the destination was Delhi for us. The traditional methodology is from Bangalore to Delhi, it goes via flight. And then the logistic cost is very high. I mean, we have seen that 71 rupees per kg is the logistic cost, and the packaging cost is also very high. Now, if you look at this chart, you will find the procurement price and the sales price is same. The sir was sharing that value remains the same. There is no change in the value. But what is important here is the supply chain is optimized. You can see here the logistic cost with the help of cold enabled supply chain was reduced to 32 rupees per kg because it was a road transportation. We did it via reefer because the leafy was pre-cooled at the destination. The more volume now you can take it into the reefer and it can go to the destination. And then you can see the impact on the profit. The same commodity, but in a cold enabled supply chain than a traditional supply chain, can earn more profit, can reduce the losses. So the point that was discussed today morning, we can buy a time. We did that with the help of this experiment. Okay, by air it can reach in a day, by road it takes time, but you can buy time with the cold chain. Second, higher volume can lead to the optimization of the overall logistic cost. This is what happened in this supply chain. Now the result was ultimately for on demand side, like demand intelligence we are talking about, what is important is to fulfill their demand. Now the traders were very happy because of two things. One, the shelf life was better than the traditional supply chain. Second, the losses were reduced because entire cold enabled supply chain was maintained. So their losses reduced. They got the better shelf life. And we got feedback also that there were customers or consumers, they were ready to pay premium for such type of commodities. So overall, they feel that this is the best way to enable the different commodities which are highly perishable in nature. And these numbers are again real-time numbers. We can get into details separately, but we did almost 40 metric tons of the transactions. Yeah. So I will just end up my presentation with a video and finally talking about two technologies that we have. So this is how, I mean, a cold enabled supply chain can make a difference, and would like to play this video. This is one of the organized retailer who is using the cold enabled supply chain to reduce their losses and how it has impacted to reduce their 30% to 50% losses just by timing very well and using cold chain for a timing purpose.
Pampal is an agri supply chain company. Currently, we are dealing with the 50 plus commodities. In majority, most of the Indian vegetables, the fresh Indian vegetables, and the Indian fruits. And very soon we are also expanding our business model into the imported foods. Our average daily sale is currently is around 10 to 12 tons. We were actually relying on traditional method of storing. So that was actually creating problem for us. Like there was a weight loss, there was a wastage, and the produce was not the fresh. So we want to avoid that traditional way of storage, and we were looking for something which can cold storage, which can help us to increase the shelf life of our produce and it to reach to our customer fresh with the good quality. Our model is collecting from the farmers the fresh produce and supplying it to the businesses within 12 to 15 hours. We are helping farmers to increase their income since they are directly selling to the last consumer. We are agri supply chain company. We are eliminating the number of middlemen which is actually existing into the traditional supply chain. Before starting Pampal, I was doing a lot of surveys, and in that one of the Kisan exhibition I saw EcoFrost. And the most important thing what I like about EcoFrost is that it runs on the solar, because buying cold storage means always it's a cost of electricity. So that's why people afraid to buy it. We are a startup company. We want capex light and heavily on operational, and that's why the rental model helps us to keep our cost less and use as per demand and spend according to that. Our intention is to use 100% on solar, and since we have started recently and it's a summer season going on, so we are using complete 100% on solar. We have started to use mobile app since we are dealing with 50 plus commodity, and most of the times on day end we have some 10-15 commodity which we have to keep inside the cold storage. So when we put it inside the cold storage, we select from the mobile app the what are the items, we set it inside it and what's the volume of it. Based on that, application helps us to set the right temperature. We used to throw every day whatever dump we used to do, it has reduced to the 50% of that. So that is again direct cost saving we have. The second thing is about, we have started to do pre-cooling for the leafy vegetables like coriander, methi, palak. So all these leafy vegetables specifically for the summer season, their shelf life is very less. So when we used to deliver it to our customer, it was not that fresh. So we started to pre-cool it in EcoFrost and then give it to the customer. So their shelf life is increased, and that's why our sale is also increased and customer satisfaction is also increased.
Yeah. So thank you. So I would. So only final comments. I mean, it is very important to have awareness of the cold enabled supply chain. And if it is used for the right purpose, I think overall supply chain can be optimized, and the actual losses and the value can be created with the help of different solutions available. So thank you very much. And if you have any questions, we will take up those questions separately. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. He kept taking, मुझसे guidance लिया है, लेकिन कुछ चीजें बहुत गलत लिखी हुई थी उसमें, तो भी इनको बाद में डांट पड़ेगी. I don't want to get back into lecture mode, but there are some very specific things, difference between supply chain and value chain. Mixing those two languages is incorrect because people typically interpret technical expressions in colloquial English terms. Value chain becomes a chain of value. Value chain ki bol ke phir supply chain optimization bol rahe hain. So those are specifics which is very clear. But I would like to ask before we go to the next panel, all of you. So far, we only said cooling does not stop, cold chain does not stop food loss. What stops food loss? कोई तो बताए. Consumption stops food loss. So cold chain, he says, buys time for what? To reach consumption. Cold store में, cold chain में कुछ रखे रहोगे, it will eventually perish. So cold chain management stops food loss. Deploying cold chain, utilizing other technologies to facilitate the management of the supply chain. Cold chain is nothing but supply chain. In fact, it's a word that originated before the word supply chain originated. Cold chain is always just in time, Kaizen, all these things came later on. But cold chain was always delivering against a time matrix. It was always fighting against time to deliver for consumption, because only consumption stops food loss. But while we are talking about fresh food, one more thing we must not ignore. Fresh does not mean a cold chain. For fresh, typically people say chilled, mild chilled. But we must not forget that even frozen produce is fresh produce. I was just discussing with them, peas, fresh peas, they come in minus 18 degrees, is also fresh. We are talking about only fruits, vegetables here, but meats, and they're frozen, are also fresh meat. There's a difference between fresh and processed, and between processed and ultra processed. I'll again go back. The event of the year in the food ecosystem is the UN food systems. They are saying differentiate between ultra processed. The world must stop ultra processed foods, but we can go for semi-processed, partially processed, frozen, as well as fresh whole produce. The difference is fresh whole produce. किसी दिन आप करना एक लेक्चर देंगे पूरा हम on cold chain, supply chain, and some differentiations. But we will now invite
Mr. Jha.
Mr. Jha, please.
Great. So I'm sure Mr. Jha is already on the screen out there, and I would be very happy if he can chime in.
Yeah. So good morning, respected dignitaries, fellow speaker, panelists, and the most valued stakeholder are F&B grower. A very good morning. I would like to, at the outset, I would like to first thank Mr. Naqvi and whole media today group to really organizing such a wonderful event. We're actually bringing all the stakeholders of F&B value chain together to harness the potential of this sector. I'll quickly share a very small presentation on how can we really extend the value chain and driving growth in F&B. Just allow me to share the presentation. Is that screen visible? Hello?
Yes, it is visible. It's visible.
Okay. Thank you very much. So just to give a quick update on the statistics of F&B. In fact, most of people are aware of this, that we have a very strong and diverse production base with the 15 major climate and 20 agro-ecological zone. And hence we are the second largest producer in this world. And if you really look at that, historically, our production has been growing at 3% CAGR. Yes, one area where basically we are lagging behind is the processing. But if you really look at that, we are catching up very fast. Next 5 years, if you look at that, our projected growth in terms of the F&B processing is close to 15%. In terms of value, if you look at that, we have close to 4.5 lakh crores of F&B market in our country. Yes, largely it is fresh. As I mentioned, that processing is still at a very nascent stage. Even the export is at a very nascent stage. We are still minuscule in terms of the total F&B global global trade. So I think these are the two areas which really need a lot of attentions. And we have seen that in recent past, a lot of impetus have been given by the government in terms of bringing the stability in this sector, as well as promoting the processing as well as export. I just came across through one of the data, and some survey was done in 2018-19, which was saying that the market what we have currently 4.5 lakh crores will continue to grow at a 7.6% in next 5 years, and largely led by the health conscious people and their higher disposable income. Despite fact that this F&B segment, if you really look at that, is still being largely catered by unorganized and traditional player, who has got close to 88% kind of share in this whole distribution channel. But if you look at from the consumer perspective, the freshness and quality remain the two key concerns. And if you really look at the buying behavior of the consumers, more than 3/4 of the F&B is still buying, happening from the neighborhood store or local F&B market. There was another survey was done in 2019 by Avalon Consulting, which was saying that if you really look at that brand perspective, unlike groceries, there is hardly any brand available in these segments. And that survey was saying that 70% of the consumer are either never heard about any brand or are not able to recall any brand. I think that is the very strong indication that how are we basically, this is a very weak penetration of the brand in this particular segment. And that is something which is really a great deterrent in terms of making the value-added products. And I think that's the area we really need to look at. Also, if you look at the general perception of the consumer, what they think that this 88% of the unorganized and traditional player are generally selling the non-branded stuffs. And the branded stuffs are only available in a hypermarket and supermarket, which is available in a A-tier city and B-tier city. So there is no presence beyond that. I think there is a great scope of doing the brand extension. If you really engage with the attribute-based production, and if you really engage with the e-commerce platform, because that's the most effective platform as of now, what we are experiencing, that gives you the direct access to the consumer. And consumer is also having a direct access to your product. So there is a direct interaction happening with the consumer, which is really leading to the great amount, kind of growth in that channel. And you are able to really showcase their value-added product and differential offering to the consumers. Talking about the key challenges in F&B value chain, I think most of us, I won't take much time on this. Most of the people we are aware about this, but I think it would be unfair if I don't touch upon these issues. If you look at the farm and farmers label, the major concern is that it is still a production driven ecosystem. And I think every people are, including Mr. Kohli was mentioning about this. So there is a need of an hour to really move from a production driven ecosystem to the demand driven ecosystem. I think that's a point, because otherwise that's a limiting factor for whenever you talk about the farmers realization. So farmer realization is not improving really beyond a commodity play. So we really need to do a lot of work on that. Even in terms of the margin spread, if you look at, it's very asymmetrical. Farmers are getting hardly 20-30% of what actually consumer is paying. And I was just listening my fellow speaker who was talking about the cold chain. Yes, I agree that the value remains same, but then this whole supply chain efficiency make a lot of difference in that. So that's one area where we really need to focus on. Other is that post-harvest and supply chain issues are further adding to these woes and largely pertaining to the infrastructure availability. However, there is a second thoughts also which I'll share you. But if you really look at the current availability of the infrastructure at this point of time, hardly is able to handle 8 to 10% of the produce at a farm level. Except the cold chain, if you look at that, I'm sure that Mr. Kohli would be able to give us the better visibility on that. But cold chain is hardly able to handle the 12% of the total production. Even all putting together, storage is only available for the 30% of the production. That is leading to the very high amount of the wastage. 25 to 30% wastage is the food wastage, as mentioned by my fellow speakers as well. So I think, but another point is that I would really like to highlight here that it is not the availability of the infrastructure. It is also the suboptimal utilization of the infrastructure. So this is the right time to really manage it well, plan it well, and have a better utilization of the infrastructure available. And I'm sure that if we start doing that, this wastage will come down less than half of the current level. I think these are the areas where you really need to focus on, work on along with the government. And I think a lot of government is also doing a lot of schemes, announcing a lot of schemes to really boost the infrastructure in agri ecosystem. They allocated almost 1 lakh crores of the fund for this. So I think better utilization and efficient utilization of those funds to create this kind of infrastructure will really going to help us in the F&B segment as well. So now I'll brief you that our approach in terms of the F&B business, how we approach our business. So if you look at that, our F&B business is pivoting around 5 major pillars. And one most important among them is the strengthening the backend, because we as an ITC, we have a very philosophy of end-to-end approach. So we first start with the backend, and then if we are able to create a better product, differentiated product, we go to the front end. So working on strengthening the backend is one of the key tasks with us, and we generally focus on that. Then bring a scale of economies through the scope play. That is equally important, because if you're able to optimize your cost, then you'll be able to create a better value for every stakeholders in the value chain. And then third one is the creating and building the strong value-added product, customized offering for B2B segment as well as the B2C segment. And last but not least is the digitization. So I'll just quickly take you through one by one. While we talk about the strengthening or developing the strong backend, what actually we say that we need to really encourage farmers to move from the production driven system to demand driven system. And hence we encourage farmers to produce the attribute based product. And it is not only that we encourage farmers, we engaged with the farmers right from the planting, right from the, ensuring that there has to be right availability of the right quality inputs, right technology should be available to them, imparting them the technical know-how, and finally helping them to grow the crop as per the market requirement. At one side, other side, we also guaranteed our customer that we are going to give them the customized offering. And then we ensure that all the food safety norms and regulation will be met, because we are able to maintain the traceability across the value chain. I think there is a lot of, almost all the food companies are basically working in a lot of technology, blockchain technology, many other technologies are available which can really help you to maintain the traceability in that value chain, and which is creating a great value in terms of the product. And you are able to harness better margin on those products. You will be able to sustain and grow that product in a profitable manner. If you look at that, bringing a scale of economies through the scope play, there basically we have taken a very cluster wise integrated approach, and that will help you to optimize the cost. As I mentioned, that if you're really able to optimize the value chain or some costs of the supply chain, you would be able to create better value for every stakeholders, not only to the farmers, even the consumer can get it at a better price. So there basically we have taken a cluster wise integrated approach. We look for the cluster where we can have a multiple options, not only the fresh, we can have a frozen, can we do the processing, and hence we are able to bring the scale of economies in our whole system. We also work with the many third-party units, and we have exclusive arrangement with the third-party units, where basically, because if you look at that, there are ample of numbers of third-party units available which are either sick or not viable. So we do a lot of hand-holding of those third-party units, work with them, make them viable. At the same time, we ensure that the better quality produce are reaching to our consumers. Then coming to the building the strong and customized offering for B2B segments. I've just taken 2 examples to show that actually how can we really move up your value chain or value capturing. So if you really look at and have a better understanding of what your customer wants, you can, and if you're able to deliver them, there is a great value lying in that. I've just taken an example of 2 examples. One, if you suppose if there is one tomato ketchup manufacturer, and if he is only manufacturing the basic tomato ketchup, he is actually limiting his play to the 4 to 5%. But the moment you move to the attribute-based production, where you can guarantee your customer in terms of the color, breaks, or consistency, you can move up your value capturing to 8 to 12%. Similarly, the second example, what I've taken is the jackfruit, which is a meat analog for the all vegetarian people. So if you're just doing the frozen or canned jackfruit, you're not really doing justice to that particular product. You are limiting your play to 5 to 8%. But if you are really able to move into the attribute-based product, like if you're able to create a better quality of jackfruit flour, which can be used in a various medicinal products, you can move up your value chain to or value capturing to 15 to 20%. And similar is the situation in many other products as well. Now coming to the B2C brand, if you really look at that, we are working with the multiple B2C product where we actually offer a very differentiated and customized product to the consumer as well. And there basically we are working at different stages of the value chain. And like we have a frozen, we have a dehydrated, we have a fresh. So if you look at these frozen products, we have many products in that, but I've just captured it, put it only 3 products, which are the largest category and SKUs in this particular segments, which are the green peas, mixed veg, and sweet corn. I'll tell you that these products are way ahead in terms of the quality compared to what other products are available in the market, because we strictly follow the 4 to 14 hours rule. Everything we frozen within 4 to 14 hours of the harvest. Not only that, in fact, if we look at that dehydrated onion category, that has got a great amount of appreciation from both B2B and B2C customer. Because if you really look at it in our country, many times you will feel that, and you will see that onion prices are going beyond 100 rupees per kg. So during that particular time, if you're really able to create a better value for the consumer or customer by giving them the product, which can really save them a lot of cost in terms of the food cost, I think you're creating a value for everyone. So hence that dehydrated onions are really started doing quite well in this country. Not only that, we also venture into the fresh retailing of the potatoes, and where this is basically in that particular category, we are offering a very specific varieties, which has got a better shelf life, and hence we are reducing the wastage. And we at the same time, we also ensure that tastes as good as fresh. It is having less than 2% kind of sugar. So those kind of attribute-based product, if you really look at, you would be able to up the value capturing, you would be able to extend the value chain and create a better value for every stakeholder in the value chain. Last but not least, the digitization, as I mentioned, that everybody is now started leveraging the digital platforms. I think that's a great way to really drive efficiency in the whole value chain. And we basically leveraging this digital platform right from the crop management till last mile connectivity to the consumers. So if you look at it in ITC ecosystem, we have our own eachopal 4.0 platform, which is a one-stop solution for the farmers. The farmer can come registered, can buy any kind of input they want, they can take any kind of crop advisory they want. At the same time, if they want to really sell their produce, they can also come and transact their produce at that particular platform. And not only that, even in that particular platform, we look at that, we also have a mechanism of the crop monitoring in terms of having better control in terms of the production and quality, and finally getting what exactly your customer wants. On the other side, we have a ITC e-store, which is basically, we are directly connecting with the consumers, offering all the kind of differentiated products on that particular platform. We already present in the almost 12 cities, and we are very aggressively panning out. So that's basically harnessing. How can we really harness the strength of the digital platform, bring the efficiency in the complete value chain, right from back end to front end, and create a better value for the stakeholders. So that is the whole, I think, in terms of what actually I'm trying to convey. But if you really look at that in terms of ITC's approach of end-to-end value creation and value capturing, I've just taken one crop example of the potatoes. There is a very interesting story behind this. When ITC actually, we wanted to venture into the potato chips manufacturing in 2007, our thoughts was very clear that if you really want to manufacture a quality chips or offer a quality chips to the consumer, we need to have a quality raw material availability. And that is only possible if you have a right variety and if you are able to produce or distribute better quality of seed to the farmers. So hence ITC has actually acquired Technico Agri Sciences Limited in 2007. Erstwhile it was a Chambal Agritech Limited, a KK Birla Group company. And if you look at 2007, Chambal Agritech Limited was a very small scale, I would say, the seed production company. But if you really look at today, we are present across the potato value chain. We are not only the seed producer, now we brought a lot of varieties from all over the world, which is better for our potato farmers. And we work very closely with the CPRI, Central Potato Research Institute, all government of, central governments, to bring those variety in our country, popularize those variety in the country, so that at least farmers can get the best out of this. Not only that, we work with a lot of farmers, more than 4,000 farmers we are doing the contract farming, and ensuring them the sustainable and profitable income year-on-year basis. We buy back from them a lot of potatoes for our chips manufacturing, for our French fries manufacturing. We are also into the various potato-based frozen snacks. So we do, currently, if you look at that, we have handling almost 2.5 lakh tons of potato across these categories, and actually trying to create a better value for our potato farmers. So that's a kind of end-to-end approach we generally have. So I think, thank you very much. This is all from my side. Yes, if there is any query, I would be available to take that.
Thank you. We will come to questions once we have the last presenter online, Professor Sudarshan from Maldives. And I'll hand over to you, sir, if you can start the presentation.
Good morning, sir. Can you hear me? Good morning.
Good morning. We can hear you loud and clear. We can see you. You'll be giving a lecture, or you have a presentation as well?
Already I have sent.
It's a movie. It's a movie. It's a movie.
Network is very poor here. And anyway, I'm ready to answer some questions.
Good morning to all. Welcome to my topic today, opportunities and challenges in marketing hydroponic produce in India. I am Professor G. Sudarshan, Department of Botany, S. University, Tirupati. Hydroponics, you can see, is a simple technique. We grow plants without soil. That means plants using mineral nutrient solution in water without soil. So, from the ancestors, we know Babylon, hanging gardens, floating gardens, and many other. Even NASA were able to produce the hydroponically in the space. So in 2015, our astronauts were able to eat first hydroponic produce. So earliest publication was done on growing terrestrial plants without soil in 1627 by written a book by Francis entitled Selva Salvarum. So what is the advantage in hydroponics? They can go very fast. They can give 2 times to 20 times faster, better yield. No soil required. Within less space, they can give more produce. These are the advantages. And then it saves water about 95% in general. In some adverse conditions like summers, 85% saving. So that is the advantages. And another thing, no weeds. So weed problem is not there, no need to use weedicide. Less diseases because it is grown in controlled conditions. Hydroponic produce globally, there are massive growth. There has been massive growth in hydroponic cultivation, in the number of forward-thinking countries, not saying forward countries, forward-thinking countries. For instance, in India, the area under hydroponic crop production went from 150 to 850 hectares from 2000 to 2018. The world commercial hydroponic industry has grown 6 to 8-fold in the last 10 years. Currently, estimates have been 60,000 to 85 hectares farming, getting the value of 11 to 14 billion dollars. So what is the future? The future lies in local growth and sold produce, limiting the road miles. The method of growing our food is more sustainable model than those of currently practiced. The consumer is becoming increasingly concerned over health issues because now COVID has taught us a lot of lessons. Many other speakers also expressed what COVID has done for them, their business. Environmental issue always, this is a very important point. Even water consumption, cost, and availability. Slowly, you are going to get availability of water is going to reduce. So these all are drivers for further development of hydroponic growing technique. So this is the reason.
Because saying that market what we have currently 4.5 lakh crores will continue to grow at
Main countries using hydroponic are Holland, Spain, Australia, USA, Canada, New Zealand, Mexico, China, even our neighboring Pakistan has adopted hydroponic cultivation with major government support. And you know, Israel could able to grow vegetables, leafy vegetables and fruits, even in their deserts, taking a model from Israel. We also, why not we grow our plants, even in our Rajasthan deserts? Yes. Main crops, mainly cucumbers, tomato, lettuce, strawberries, herbs, capsicum, cut flowers. But this is not limited. Any plant can be grown in hydroponics. Currently, India is importing 85% of exotic vegetables from neighboring countries, and it is expected to grow at the growth rate of 15 to 20% per annum. Please note this point. Forget about exporting. We have our country has a demand. Moreover, COVID made more and more people aware of using hydroponic produce. So this is the time to establish this business in India. Indian hydroponic market is expected to grow at CAGR of growth rate of 13.53% during forecasted period. Earlier 2027 is forecasted. There is a growth rate per annum. So keeping this in mind, we have to now update and then prepare ourselves for markets demand. Coming to next, what are the issues now farmers are facing is drought, rising temperatures, polluted water, lack of irrigation facilities, poor water management, undernourished or overnourished crops. These are the issues faced by farmers. So there is a need for solution here. Today, food security is need of the hour. lack of water for agriculture leads to production of less food, which means more hunger and malnutrition. We are going to highlight the needs for technology in agriculture that can be combined towards water saving and have possible impact on food production and availability. So these are the plants like tomato, lettuce, bell pepper, cucumber, strawberries, watermelon, potatoes. So these potatoes are grown in aeroponic situation. Non-onion, you can see that. So if you see the production in India, only 30,000 hectare is under polyhouses or covered cultivation. The national average vegetable yield 17 tons per hectare, whereas in the developed countries it is 40 tons per hectare. So this is one method. They are using Dutch bucket method. And current average water, I told you, water availability is currently it is 16,000. It will approximately get down by 2050, only just 1,000. Current technology adapted is this sector is low and pupils with inadequate talent. The creation and growth of agriculture startups facing challenges. Massive ecosystem support from government, universities, and corporates is needed for this field. Opportunities in India. As you know, we have good opportunities. We have to make use of this and make an India project. So we have to produce. So production here, labor cost in the developed countries is increasing. Thereby, need to import high quality, cheap produce is increasing. India has rich climate condition, possible positioning us favorable to market such produce. Labor cost in India as such as input makers, India is an ideal destination for food outsourcing. India produce can be addressed both domestic as well as international market, like Middle East, Europe, and USA, Far East. And we have intelligent manpower. And others are willing to learn faster for operating protocols perfectly. Usually get a better price based on look, texture, taste, and consistency on daily basis. High nutrition value, reliable supply throughout the year. A country that can produce supercomputers, satellites, can definitely adapt hydroponic easier. That's my view. And then opportunities in India. There are so many wholesale channels are available now, retail channels, supermarket chains, export markets, cooperative to help and sell their produce. Produce specially in one or two types of produce and have full control over their produce. Already, I just show you Big Basket, Urban Kisan, Reliance Fresh, and so many others. They are flourishing now very well, and then they are reaching more people nowadays. And coming to the branding. So other speaker yesterday also talking about branding. So here you can see Simply Fresh is one brand name. Why? In Hyderabad, they are doing well. Urban Kisan is popular in Hyderabad. And like that, so many companies, small or big, are coming up. And there is one more, D-Farms, which is international brand. So because you are branding, telling you, they can market any produce throughout the world. They help the farmer. Of course, there is the challenge of cold chain here. We feel this is the time to build a lot of warehouses and then store and transport our produce very fresh. So this is the way cold chain can be able to do a job, I feel. Outside India, I have just not spoken that there are many countries which are having demand. We can market them out other countries. India has excellent connectivity, land, sea, and air. Flight cost from India is high. If it is come down, if more and more exports are done, then definitely more customers, more demand, and it will be definitely come down. Coming to the catalyst for hydroponic farming in India, big growth market is needed. So high population means high consumption capabilities. Trend moving towards quality. See, because of COVID, now everybody needs quality food rather than they don't bother with the price. So actually, so people would like to buy, even though hydroponic produce will be expensive. Coming to the low cost, because manual labor is easily accessible, low cost of setting up and maintaining operations, easy communication and teaching. Actually, access to technology, easy access to greenhouses and hydroponic technology, access to water pumps, easy access to fertilizers and integrated pest management technologies. Knowledge, good knowledge of hydroponic methodology, knowledge of markets and consumers, understanding of crop cycles and related diseases and pests. Why I'm telling, we have introduced hydroponics in the University 2016 itself, and now we have almost 4 batches chosen our open elective. They are doing well. So like that, universities and institutions have to come forward and train more talented young youth so that people can able to assist the investors. So coming to the next point. Yeah. SWOT analysis for hydroponic farming. What is our strength? I have repeatedly told you, makes any land with water source useful to the producer. So you can see already we have very good land, agricultural lands, but when there is no water, like desert, where there are actually no water in the underground, not feasible to grow normal agriculture. So we can establish hydroponic, and then with 85% less water, we can grow with minimum water. So similarly, high yield from less space. We can even urban farming we promote it. So if you have government buildings, you can lease it out and they can be grown hydroponically, so that no transport, less transport cost. Produce can get premium price, less labor means less cost. So that is our strength in India. And then opportunities. As yesterday some speaker told us, branding, package, self-produce, as clean, healthy, unique. Because we are not using any pesticides. Maybe we can use natural pesticides if at all required. And then creation of more growth products such as ginger, saffron, turmeric, etc., which are called as cash crops, gaining good track in India and can be raised to sell rich market, which high returns. So when you sell the cash crops, definitely we are going to get good price. So that one of the friends who established hydroponic farm could able to get the break even within 1.5 years. So that time it is here, so newly started with the dad. So could able to do well now. So they are extending it now. So what is our weakness? We don't have industrial association or body in hydroponic yet. So there is a need for starting a hydroponic, Indian hydroponic. I'm willing to help Hydroponic Association of India so that they can guide all the farmers in India. Okay. Need more diligence and devotion. Cannot compete with soil grown produce. No education standards and laws in India. So whether hydroponic is organic, organic certification can be done. Still, in Indian government has not yet prepared. They have to understand. In USA, there was a struggle between organic farmers and then hydroponic farmers. Now, federal court has given last year judgment is equal. I say it is beyond organic because we are giving plant takes nutrients in the form of ions. Same old traditional seeds we are using, but they are giving 2 times or 3 times, 4 times more production and less time. That means more we are giving oxygenated water. You know the importance of oxygen nowadays because of COVID. So that's the importance one should understand. Must not our final threats. We can't compete with the price, but quality is good for us. Because in sewage grown capsicum, the wholesale price is per kg 5 rupees. How can you compete with them? They are growing in sewage water without spending a single pipe for electricity or anything. But in hydroponics, you can't give that. That's it. The farm is water grown. Every city got sewage. Every city, urban surroundings are growing these vegetables and supplying to the cities. What we are eating. Is it a time to change? Yes, this is time to change. So, perception that hydroponic is, people say it is unnatural. No. Plant grows naturally. They take oxygen, they give oxygen, they take carbon dioxide, they use the water, minerals in the form of ions. I just forgot to tell you, they take in the form of ions. And this is in hydroponics, we can give whatever plant is required, that much concentration, that much dose, perfect dose, is protocols are developed. And many more protocols need to develop conditions and Indian plants. So these are our threats. So, and then we don't have supply arrangement. So these are the threats for our hydroponic market in the world, in India. And then coming to the challenges, the main problem is capital cost, training manpower. Today, private companies are training, so very expensive. Universities have to come forward. There is educational requirement, and then attention to shifting the market demand, attention to crop growing or cultural practice, knowledge and integrated pest management, knowledge of environmental control in the greenhouses, knowledge of climate control, knowledge of biofertilizer, bio-friendly insights. So we need convince. There is a need. We need an Indian Hydroponic Association. That's one thing. And then challenges. We need to use foreign hydroponic experts to start with nowadays from Israel, from Netherlands. This is an absolute must as there are no resource people in India at this time. That's why we started our course in university. And then we are planning to start online courses also. Industry standards will be established as time goes by, and more Indians adapt this kind of education. Marketing of hydroponic produce. It is marketed more on quality, consultancy, method of production. More and more Indians are demanding high quality, pesticide-free, fresh, and money is not criteria. People are aware of dangers of pesticides, global warming. So all these things may play an important role. Consistency, quality, and yield possible only when modern technology is used. So, like allopathic system, the hydroponics have utilized all the modern scientific developments, and they are doing the best. With this, the time we should. I request, ladies and gentlemen, let us jump off the cliff. We will grow wings. Shift happens. So you can, if you have any questions, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's grow wings before we jump off the cliff. I thought Professor Sudarsanam would be speaking on how to enhance production, which was the topic here. But nevertheless, he has spoken about hydroponics as a resource use efficient mechanism. I would, all of you who heard him on this video should be made aware that while he said there should be more support for protected cultivation, including hydroponics, that in India, while you cannot normally invest or bring in foreign investment into agriculture, land is a protected space. It is in protected cultivation that there is 100% FDI by automatic route. There is no prior approval required. So that should stand corrected. Number two, there is a phenomenal support in capital subsidy, as well as including operational costs when it comes to protected cultivation. I'll again point out to the director here from Haryana government, one of the best examples of protected cultivation with Israeli partners in collaboration with the Israelis is available for all of you to go and visit and see. And that's not just one. There are 28 of these set up in the country, and another 10 or 12 coming up with Dutch support. When we talk about support and technology sharing, I will be very proud to say that most of the inputs is from our Indian team. See, we must understand when we talk about protected cultivation and compare yields in PC. Say in Netherlands, protected cultivation is to keep the space warm, to have a higher cropping intensity. The same protected cultivation technology in India, in Punjab, in Haryana, and Madhya Pradesh is not intended to imitate that same output. We don't want to keep it warm. In fact, protected cultivation when the summer months is actually used to bake the soil, to remove all the nematodes and the diseases, right? Our protected cultivation is more for pest management, and where possible, if technology and commercial interests support, maybe keep the space cooler. It's not about trapping, having a greenhouse effect. So there has to be, again, context to our utilities, and the government of India is providing a lot of support when it comes to that. And a lot of good examples. I would also like to add one last thing, Naqvi Sahab. When we speak about value chains and supply chains and cold chains, there should be clarity. I will not have done my contribution here without speaking of it. I heard just now that we need cold chain, hence we must build storages and warehouses, right? That's incorrect. When we are talking about a perishable supply chain, what is the first instance you need? What did EcoZen start off with? They started off with the EcoFrost, a store, a portable store. What did they progress to? Their solutions is the EcoConnect. What is it the government of India is pushing? 22,000 crores with land predetermined is at farm gate to start aggregating fresh produce, so that you have aggregated volume to move, whether it is at field harvest, protected cultivation harvest, it has to be a viable enough load to move. That viability comes from two aspects. One, aggregation, and two, culling. Now he is telling me when he gets apples with a spotted, he will reject them. How did they reach here at destination? because we did not have farm gate aggregation. Hence, non-saleable items were moving, and that was the cost. You cannot reduce cost because fuel is not in our control of transport. You can stop transporting things which are non-saleable. It is at farm gate, hence the policy of grams. The Grameen aggregation markets or the Grameen agricultural markets, which are not buy and sell markets, they're aggregation hubs. In this hotel, what is a value chain? First, all of you must understand. In this hotel, everyone thinks, again, I'm saying English could translate kar lete hain. We lose things in translation. In this hotel, if somebody is sweeping the floor and keeping the lobby clean, is part of the value chain. There's no value. We never knew the value of air. No, today we even value fresh air. We've not yet determined the prices around it. So even the person who cleans his kitchen or cleans the hotel is part of the value chain of this hotel. IoT systems technologies can provide you or maintain the same value without the cost of manpower. So technologies only optimize the value chain. The value chain survives on demand. In the farming space, he's handling multiple crops. Has he changed his value chain today when he's making meat? 2 minutes later, he's making fruit salad. 3 minutes. Value chains are never defined by product. It belongs to an entity. A transporter's value chain is driver management, fuel management, tire inflation, asset maintenance, engine repairs. A farmer's value chain is irrigation management, manpower management, maintaining his equipment, tractor repair. If he's growing potato today and tomato tomorrow, his value chain hasn't changed. He's not joined the potato value chain and the tomato value chain. It's a farming value chain. Supply chains belong to products. You don't have a Maruti value chain, automobile value chain, automobile supply chain. Probably agriculture in the industries, people know the difference. You have a Maruti's value chain, internal, integral to an enterprise. How well they optimize the various functions and costs to not just add value, even to maintain value, to become competitive. Maruti, when it buys ball bearings from 10 different vendors, each one of them is a value chain unto itself, and they optimize it to compete with other people in the same trade with them. So a farmer growing a potato and another farmer growing a potato, their value chain optimization helps them become more competitive. But the potato has a supply chain. And the supply chain requires storage only to buffer. Storage is not the value chain. It's part of the supply chain. A transporter who's today, or a warehouse today storing TV, tomorrow textile, day after cotton, has not changed his value chain. His value chain is internal processes, internal asset managements, internal procedures to be competitive. So I just wanted to mention these few things. I'm not going to talk about fresh produce, but these are basics that people must understand. All of you have come to attend a conference like this, where I hope some of these inputs will add value, because you're part of the value chain, but you'll all be driving the supply chain of fresh produce. Bye-bye. Thank you. Any questions? Sorry.
Yeah, any questions? I'm ready to answer.
Any questions from any of the panelists? Yes. Doctor.
Right, this is a very interesting question. So, as I shared in the presentation, that even on the demand side, the staging options were used. Okay, so the produce was kept in the cold chain only, and then it was taken out as per the demand on the demand side. So this is how it was handled on the demand side. Second, it was distributed to different users on the demand side. It was not only one particular user, like there were different users and they were having staging kind of solutions available with them. So this is how they handle and maintain the entire cold chain.
typical mistake people make by processing potato is different. Table potato is different. Even in the government, lots of mantris will say, tomato kharab ho raha hai, ya aloo kharab ho raha hai, process kar do. You cannot process wine wala grape, and table grapes cannot be converted. So people don't realize that by and large, fresh table produce has the highest value. When you grow processing variety, they're specific, they cannot go into the market. There are few instances, but they will then be processed. Then you're vertically integrated with a processor. Then you're a supplier, vendor to the processor. If you're growing fresh table variety, then you have horizontal integration with markets. And in those cases, only a fool will process A grade apple into cider, right? But in the procedure of preconditioning them, sorting them, culling them, गिर जाता है, दागी हो जाता है, दब जाता है, cut हो जाता है, सब it is non-saleable, right? Then the culled produce can be converted into cider, which does not give the processing industry sufficient succor or support as to what will be the volumes incoming. Hence, in that instance, in the fresh market, processing is waste management, right? In the vertically integrated segment where the variety is processed variety, are you aware that red table tomato cannot be converted into ketchup? If you do it, it's exorbitant prices. It's much higher water content, very few solid. It's actually green potato, tomato. It's ribbed tomato. It's called beef tomato. That is with jackfruit becomes ketchup, right? So processing ke liye integrate karna hai, please talk with Mr. Jha. And ITC is always looking for new partners, but you'll have to then produce what only they can use. Then they have you by a gichi. You want to have an opportunity to trade in the market. So actually with farmers, one recommends become a group, become a cluster of farmers and look at every opportunity. You know, if somebody owns 10 taxis or 10 trucks or 10 buses, क्या करता है वो? 3-4 तो कॉन्ट्रैक्ट पे चढ़ा दो स्कूल्स के साथ, रेगुलर इनकम आ रहा है, बाकी और स्पॉट मार्केट में ले चलते हैं. And that's strategy, that's business strategy. Yeah.
I do have 2 of my farmers coming from Hazaribagh, Jharkhand. So this question was from them कि why can't we associate with ITC for selling our potatoes? So
आओ आप उनको directly ITC के सर पे लगा रहे हो. Any other questions, please? They are always ready to do it. That lady picked up the hand there first. And just tell us when to stop. 2 minutes, 2 questions.
Hello. Thank you for the presentation.
We can't see you. Please stand up and tell us who you are.
Hi, thank you for the presentations. I'm Khushbu Gupta. I'm representing Alliance for Energy Efficiency Economy. My question is for Ecozen as well as for ITC, that I can understand that currently food loss is a big challenge, and that is what we are trying to reduce by using technology, by using efficient cold chain. But have we accounted? Yeah. But have we accounted for energy efficiency in any of the while developing these systems?
Let me hang on.
Sure.
AEEE is an organization which focuses on energy uses. And when they talk of energy efficiency, they're talking only about operational energy. I think you can discuss this again later on because you said only 2 minutes.
Yeah.
The entire systems approach means you become energy efficient. The fact that food and the energy which goes into producing food was prevented from loss by coming to gainful end use, which is consumption, is energy efficient.
Yeah.
From your perspective of bijli kitni ja rahi hai, wo is irrelevant in this discussion at this point. You had a question, please.
back of the empty vehicle.
Did you consider? Yes. So that is how we are adding a lot of value. Like it is not only one-way transportation, but we are also looking at how reverse logistics can also be made efficient. So there also we are bringing a lot of value. I did not share that in the presentation, but we can definitely discuss it separately, that how did we manage the reverse logistic also in a very efficient way.
This is again, once again, a cliche, reverse logistics, which is the best cold chain we have, or the best perishable and the most perishable item. We are the best in the world. Milk. 193 million tons of milk. And even all research will show we only lose 1.5% in summer, 0.5% in winters. Milk tankers do not have reverse logistics, and our milk is pretty cheap. And nowhere in the world is our consumption and our supply and our production met. China is number 2. Everywhere we say number 2, we are half of China. Here, China is half our production, correct? So this reverse logistics, again, an academic pursuit. However, it can be optimized. If he moves coriander from south here, cherries from north can go down. Apples will go down from here, chicken can come from there. Milk can go from in reefer trucks from Amul to northeast, and northeast are kiwi and pineapples can come. That is asset owner and how he does. I'll again go back because we started off with the example of tomatoes. 3 rupee tomato in Karnataka, 30 rupees in Delhi. 1 ton reefer vehicle costs 85,000 rupees to travel those 2,300 kilometers. That's 8.5 rupees a kilo. On 3 rupees, 8.5 rupees a kilo, right? And the packaging and pre-cooling cost is about 2 rupees. It's actually 1.8, 2 rupees. So let's say 9 rupees plus 3 rupees plus the 3 rupee procurement cost. What is the total cost? Let's exaggerate there and say 15 rupees. And here you're getting 30 rupees. More than covers reverse empty costs if you are happening to own that asset. But usually reefer vehicles is another business. Then does a dog leg. So again, get into the business and understand, and your questions will be far better.
At the moment,
15 rupees a kilo. If you are trading in it, and what EcoZen is doing through Eco Connect, and that's where I'm proud, where I pushed and coaxed them into it. You will never get suppliers if you still buy off them at 3 rupees and make 15 rupees profit yourself. So there's revenue sharing. So the farmers, instead of 3 rupees, are being paid 8 rupees, more than double their income. And they're making enough money. And the transporter can be paid 2 rupees more. The margins, you make 50% every 4 days. Forget 100, 150%, which is an opportunity. So there is enough fresh food business. You heard ITC, there's no brand. When we were growing up, there were a lot of brands. Even haircuts had brand. Devanand cut, Rajesh Khanna cut, वो क्या बोलते थे वो ना, साधना cut, बड़े सारे. आजकल क्या जैसे मर्जी काट लो, right? Brands have faded away. कौन सी जीन पहन रहे हैं ना, who cares, फटी हुई जीन लेके घूम रहे हैं. But food business, fresh food business. If you create a brand there, you will have another 100-year legacy. A 100-year legacy. Whoever does it right, and there the legacy is not about branding each particular product. There the branding will be whose supply chain has it moved in. Because unlike processed products, fresh produce, there's a difference. Products have to be labeled FSSAI, blah, blah, blah. Fresh produce is a produce of nature. In fact, there's no GST. I don't know how many of you are aware, when earlier PC ki baat ho rahi thi, I was the one who got it done, that there is no GST on any services to do with agricultural produce. Preconditioning, loading, unloading, transport or storage, whether in cold chain or non-cold chain. Why? There's no need for capital subsidy, but we'd like to make sure there's operational sustenance. Yeah. So there are lots of opportunities in that business. Most of your questions here today have been more of academic pursuit rather than those who are involved.
My question was not academic, because I'm coming from an area where we are producing vegetables in bulk, and we send it to Azadpur. And is the service available on regular basis by EcoZen?
Yes, it is available, and we are in fact building a part load logistics solution as well, which can enable this cold chain very effectively, and then even reefers are not required in future. So we will discuss it later. I mean, yeah, thanks.
You can take the questions offline as well. We'll be having a short break real soon. Thank you so much once again to the panelists for being so kind and joining us here. You want to put your hands together and show our gratitude. Let me quickly welcome on stage Mr. MB Naqvi, CMD Media Today Group, to help us felicitate the first panel on the dais with some mementos. It'll hardly take a minute, sir. We'd like to start with Chef Vikas. Thank you so much, Chef, for being here and sharing your wisdom with us. We thoroughly hope you enjoyed the conversation happening. Thank you so much for being a part of the panel. And of course, the moderator for the session, Mr. Pavnesh Kohli, thank you so much for being here with us and sharing all the wisdom right here on this day two of amazing conversations that we're having. Mementos for the online panelists, we will send them offline and make sure that they also get our gratitude. Thank you so much to Mr. Jha and Professor Sundar Sanam for being here with us on the panel discussion.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, gentlemen. It was a pleasure to listen to you all. Once again, you want to put your hands together for the whole panel here. We'll dive in real quick for the next session, and it's an absolutely interesting one. We'll be talking about Horticulture for Rural Development, Chhattisgarh initiatives, and it's an honor and a privilege to invite on stage Ms. Richa Prakash Chaudhary, IAS, CEO, Zilla Panchayat, Bastar. You want to put your hands together and welcome Ms. Chaudhary on the dais with a humongous round of applause. Join her, I would also like to invite on stage and talk about employment generation and prosperity through horticulture, Mrs. Hemvati Kashyap, member Ma Danteshwari Papai Utpadak Samiti, Women's Self-Help Group. You want to put your hands together and invite the lady on the dais as well. Till the time you won't clap loud enough, they won't make it to the stage. So that's how it's going to happen. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Also, Mr. Sudeep Agrawal, General Manager, Business Development, VNR Seeds Private Limited, to join in. He'll be talking about export quality papaya fruits, crop improvement, biotechnology, agronomic practices in papaya productions, and lots more. Can we please have Mr. Agrawal to join in on the stage as well? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being here with us. Ms. Chaudhary, I'll let you take the lead on this one.
Good afternoon, Jai Johar. Can we start with the presentation? Yeah. So, Bastar, the first thing that we hear, the first thing that comes to our mind when we hear this word is a few Naxals roaming in bright forests, bright green forests. Nobody thinks that, there can be agricultural potential, there can be horticultural potential in a region like that. Today's presentation, we are going to show you what district administration is doing. Bastar Kisan Kalyan Sangh and the two ladies who are sitting here, they are the ones who are implementing the project on ground, and we will be speaking to them after the presentation. Right. This is the brief agenda that we're going to cover today. First, a brief background. India, it's a landlocked state. Bastar division is the southern part of the state. We are surrounded by Odisha on one side, Telangana on the southern side, and Maharashtra on the other side. We have 7 blocks, around 6,500 square kilometers of the area. 65% of it is forest area, 65% is tribal population. Around 2.4 lakh hectare is a cultivable area. Most of it is under paddy cultivation. Irrigation is very less. The land is hilly, the terrain is undulating, so it is not suitable for the traditional agriculture. Horticulture, it's about 550 meters above mean sea level, very apt for horticulture production. The brief background, the scheme that inspired us to get on the papaya production is Narva Garva Ghurva Badi, main flagship scheme of government of Chhattisgarh. The focus is on increasing the incomes of farmer. There are 4 components. Papaya, we'll be talking about mainly about papaya, that falls under Badi, but 3 other components. Narva, basically watershed principles. We are trying to harvest water wherever it's falling, and we are trying to use it for agricultural purposes wherever it's falling. Garva for cattle. Normally cattle and they eat all the crops, so second crop area is very less. We are giving community enclosures so that cows can stay in the enclosure. We do some vaccination, breed improvement programs also, so that farmers can freely grow their crops. Ghurva is again vermi production scheme, where we make organic manure and we sell it to private players. Badi, there are 2 components. First is individual kitchen gardens. Normally in every household in the villages, there is a small kitchen garden where their own local consumption. We are focusing in diversifying it, making it a bit more productive, and giving them seeds, agriculture, irrigation facilities, etc. The second component is community Badi. So the papaya project falls into that. We'll be taking that, right. So the background of the papaya project was when we started the Badi initiative around 2 years ago. The area of kitchen garden is very small. It's less than half an acre, and the growers are not able to sell the produce to markets. It's mainly for local consumption. Whatever is left, they sell in local huts. We wanted to involve women SHGs, the horticulture department, and Bastar Kisan Kalyan Sangh, which are our training partners, technical partners, to produce some horticultural crops as a pilot project at scale, which can be sold in local, domestic, or national markets. So the main impetus was the NGGB scheme. The district administration provided fund under the DMFT scheme, and Bastar Kisan Kalyan Sangh was the technical hand-holding agency. The map is also there. You can see Darbha is highlighted. Darbha is, it used to be 5-6 years ago, it used to be under heavy LWE influence. Sukma is just below this. Right now, there is no Naxal movement, no presence, but the traces are still there. So the idea behind adopting this project, why we targeted Darbha and why we chose papaya. We needed horticulture. Again, Bastar climatically, it's suitable for all kinds of horticultural crops. We are growing coffee, we have dragon fruits, we have star fruits, everything is there. We needed an area where we can showcase that our local youth and women, as you are aware, because of COVID, a lot of migrant laborers returned. At the village level, the only employment available is NREGA. So we wanted to create a model where they don't have to go out. Normally they go to Telangana or Maharashtra or Nagpur to help seasonal labor requirements. They stay in-house, and if they stay, they have something productive and economically viable to engage themselves with. And Darbha, mainly it's a forest, hilly, undulating area, so there are no crops, only paddy. In low-lying areas we have some paddy area, otherwise it's a fallow land. Mostly it is a fallow land. The crop selection, we needed something which is again horticulture. It has to be an horticulture crop. It should be able to give returns in shorter period of time, and we should have easily available markets. So this is basic SWOT analysis. We have good weather, we have good land. The state and the district administration are very focused on improving farmers' incomes. The weaknesses would be our farmers are technically, the technical knowledge, the agricultural practices, we are way behind what you see normally in North India or even southern states. Irrigation facility, as I said before, only 1.7% area is under irrigation facilities, otherwise it's all monsoon reliant. Opportunities, again, papaya is mainly a winter crop, but if you are not growing it in the poly house, so if our climatic conditions allow us to grow it, even we planted it in January and we are taking out the fruits now, so we can sort of produce it throughout the year. The demand market is already there. The threat was, if we choose the wrong crop, it's a pilot project, people will get dissuaded, our funds, there'll be questions, why are we investing a lot of, we invested a lot of money without any results. And there are already private players. Our SHGs are not that market savvy. They don't know how to look for markets, how to reach to markets, how to form forward linkages. So that was also a problem of matter of concern for us. The crop that we ended up choosing was VNR Amina. So this is just to give you an example. Thailand is an area where this crop mainly grows. This is an hermaphrodite papaya. Both male and female species is there. So if you look at the temperature and the weather, the rain patterns, it's absolutely similar. And so we ended up choosing Amina papaya. Again, the benefits are, again, it's very tasty. There is a stall outside. If you haven't tasted it, please do go and taste. The portion, edible portion is higher. It's high density, seed cavity is very less, the yield is very high, and it fetches very high prices. We are selling it in around 70 rupees per kg in Delhi, around 50 rupees per kg in Raipur, and local markets selling for 20 to 25 rupees per kilograms. The second aspect was to ensure that our local youth and women who do not have any other activity to engage themselves with, apart from rice, the paddy months is July to October. Apart from that, there is nothing basically to do at the village level. So what the left-wing extremism areas, when they come to the village, they use this unavailability of employment, the lack of concern from the state to recruit the local cadre, not even the armed cadre, but even their cultural troops, they tend to recruit from that. So by giving them an economically viable, which assures regular income, an opportunity to grow crops in a community land and be able to sell it to the market, we are sort of ensuring that rather than the LW influence the state, they come to the state, and the state is seen as a benevolent party rather than the oppressor. Right now, when you see the control panel, this is our irrigation and fertilizer control panel. It's designed in-house under the technical guidance of BKSS. I'll show you the fields. Okay, we don't have the picture of the fields. We have a video, we'll be seeing that. So it's around 30-acre area. Every single plant was DNA tested, that so that we can ensure it's a hermaphrodite plant. We planted them in month of January. The fruiting started in month of March, and we started plucking the fruits at the end of July. Even today, BKSS informs me that around 70 tons have been packed to come to Delhi. There is a weather station there. The control panel that you see here, mulching is done. It supplies fertilizer and water, precision agriculture through this panel, and it is being operated. You see Himmati Didi is here, and her brother is the one who operates the control panel. He's a local youth, studied till 10th standard. So we are involving the local community. Basically, the other purpose is so that this is a community land. They also grow some crops in their own land. By learning these techniques, they'll be able to produce increased productivity in their own lands. The marketing and forward linkages, again, with the help of BKSS, the packaging is done with a great effort. We are tying up with major B2B chains. So in Ajadpur Mandi, most of our crops come, and then there is auction, and then people take it to retail markets. Tri-food related project in Bastar, Tri-Fed is coming up with the tribal food park, and we are establishing a lot of cold chain technology and other food processing, small scale food processing units. So later on, with papaya and other horticultural crops that we will be producing, we'll be able to process them here. And we are also applying for a GI tag. There is a video in the next slide. that I wanted to show you. It's in local language, but there is a English transcript.
दिन बादर हाला उठ गए ए दिल उठ गए दिन बेगारी के मिला थे अब जम्मो जन लगा
These are the
संसो नये कोनो रोजगारी के रता रोजगार के खुले हावे हमार भूपेश सरकार
दिन बदलेंगे, समय बदलेगा, इस जमीन से किस्मत बदलेगी। बस्तर की पहचान अब बदलने जा रही है। दरभा, जिसकी पहचान शहादत के लिए रही है, उसे अब विश्व में किसानी के लिए जाना जाएगा। मुख्यमंत्री भूपेश बघेल के नरवा गरवा घुरवा बारी योजना के तहत बस्तर जिले के दरभा में चल रहा ऐसा प्रोजेक्ट जिससे बदलेगी बस्तर की पहचान। ताइवान, स्पेन, थाईलैंड, इजराइल और अमेरिका जैसे देशों की तकनीक अब बस्तर के दरभा में कारगर हो रही है। सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि जब पपीते की आवक बाजार में सबसे कम होगी, तब ऑफ सीजन में बस्तर का दरभा करेगा पपीते की आपूर्ति। बस्तर में सड़क किनारे आम बेच महिलाएं और युवा पहले कुछ पैसे जुटा पाते थे। अब पपीते की खेती के जरिए एक एक किसान परिवार को लाखों का फायदा होने जा रहा है। दरअसल पपीते की जनरल खेती न करके तकनीकी में इजाफा किया गया। उगाए गए पपीते के पौधों की डीएनए टेस्टिंग के जरिए केवल द्विलिंगी पपीते के पौधों की खेती की गई, जो अधिक मीठा है और उत्पादन अधिक है। विदेशों में केवल द्विलिंगी पौधों की ही डिमांड है। देश में भी इसकी मांग तेजी से बढ़ रही है। जिला प्रशासन ने दरभा के महिला स्व सहायता समूहों और किसानों को जरूरी सुविधाएं मुहैया कराई है। बस्तर किसान कल्याण संघ ने किसानों को ट्रेनिंग दी है और अब इसका असर दिखने लगा है। बस्तर का किसान कमर कस चुका है। वो अपने परंपरागत ज्ञान में तकनीकी को जोड़कर वो कर रहा है जिसे बहुत बड़े इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के बिना पूरा करना नामुमकिन था। मगर ये छत्तीसगढ़ है, नामुमकिन कुछ भी नहीं। सेवा, जतन, सरोकार के इरादे और न्याय भावना को ताकत मानकर बस्तर जिले का दरबा तैयार है अपनी हिंसा की छवि को बदलने, तैयार है दुनिया को बताने कि हमारे हौसले नहीं टूटेंगे। हम किसानी से दुनिया में अपनी पहचान बनाएंगे। बस्तर की पहचान बदल रही है, खेती से किस्मत संवर रही है।
We are launching the Bastar Papai website also today. So papai is the local name for papaya. So please. Thank you so much. You can get all the local information that you want about the papai from the website. I just want to end with the thought that they will be speaking about their personal experience. Bastar Kisan Kalyan Sangh is also there. The NRC is also there. They're also very active in Bastar. Not just papaya. Our climatic conditions are very suitable for dragon fruits. We are even exporting guavas. Some of our bigger farmers are exporting guavas to other countries. What we expect and what we want you to take off from this presentation and from the conversation that we're going to have is Bastar, Chhattisgarh is not just Naxal area. The farmers, the people deserve a different image, and we are working for that. And we hope some of you will come visit us and help us grow that image. Thank you. With us, Himbati Didi is there. She is the member of the SHG group who is taking the lead. Video में आपने देखा होगा जो बहुत सारी ladies हमारी line में खड़ी थी महिलाएं. ये जो NRLM scheme है, National Rural Employment Guarantee SHG scheme है, उसकी ये members हैं. मैं request करूँगी हिम्बती दीदी से और दीदी से कि आप आकर के अपना अनुभव share करें. हिंदी में share करें, बिल्कुल ना झिझकें. ये ले.
We have translator for Mrs. Kashyap, Ramesh Chawda. If you can help us out, thank you so much.
नमस्कार, मेरा नाम रमेश चावड़ा है। मैं बस्तर किसान कल्याण संघ का एक मेंबर हूँ। मेरा शॉर्ट परिचय मैं 1 मिनट में देना चाहूँगा। छत्तीसगढ़ के बस्तर जिले से मैं बिलोंग करता हूँ। मैं वहाँ पर अभी 100 एकड़ में सब्जी एवं फलों की खेती कर रहा हूँ। सभी प्रकार की सब्जियां एवं फल में पपीता, सीताफल, अमरूद और ड्रैगन फ्रूट, ये 4 फलों की खेती अभी हम वहाँ पर कर रहे हैं। हम लोग अभी वहाँ पर लेटेस्ट टेक्नोलॉजी से हमेशा अपडेट रहने की कोशिश करते हैं। खेती में जो भी लेटेस्ट टेक्नोलॉजी होती है उसको हम हमेशा अपने खेतों में अप्लाई करते हैं। जैसे कि अभी हम अपने खेतों में कोई भी सब्जी या फलों की खेती करते हैं वो रेस बेड में करते हैं, और साथ में हम लोग मल्चिंग, ड्रिप इरिगेशन, और अपने यहाँ खेतों में ऑटोमेशन सिस्टम लगा हुआ है। वेदर, जैसा कि अभी ने हमें सारा कुछ बताया डिटेल, और अपने खेतों में हमने वेदर स्टेशन भी लगाया हुआ है जिसके माध्यम से हमें वेदर का डाटा सारा हमें मिल जाता है। हमने अपने खेतों में अच्छे निथार हो पानी की, उसके लिए हमने अपने खेतों में ड्रेनेज की व्यवस्था की हुई है, और पानी का पीएच मेंटेन करके हम अपने खेतों में फर्टिगेशन व इरिगेशन करते हैं जिससे हमें फसल का अच्छा उत्पादन होता है। उसके अलावा हम अपने खेतों में अभी पिछले 7-8 वर्षों से सब्जी की खेती में ग्राफ्टेड नर्सरी का यूज कर रहे हैं, जो कि अपने हिंदुस्तान में इससे पहले नहीं होता था, दूसरे कंट्रियों में होता था। अभी हम अपने बस्तर जिले में ग्राफ्टेड नर्सरी उपयोग कर रहे हैं। उसी के अंतर्गत मैंने 2014-15 में अपने खेतों में ग्राफ्टेड बैगन लगाया हुआ था, जो कि हमारे भारत में सामान्य तौर पर बैगन की खेती में 50 से 60 टन प्रति एकड़ का उत्पादन आता है। मेरे खेत में बहुत अच्छा बैगन की खेती थी, उसको देखने के इजराइल से कुछ साइंटिस्ट लोग आए हुए थे। तो हमने उनसे पूछा था कि आपके वहाँ का अधिकतम उत्पादन क्या आता है, तो उन्होंने कहा था कि हमारे यहाँ 120 टन प्रति एकड़ बैगन का उत्पादन आता है। और रायपुर IGKV से भी कुछ वैज्ञानिक गण मेरे खेतों में आए हुए थे भ्रमण के लिए, तो उनसे भी हमने बात की थी। तो उन्होंने कहा था कि इंडिया का जो है 50 से 60 टन का उत्पादन आता है। चूंकि जिस समय इजराइल से साइंटिस्ट आए थे उस समय हमारे यहाँ बैगन की खेतों में फल फूल उत्पादन कंटिन्यू था। मेरे यहाँ बैगन की खेती टोटल 10 से 11 महीने की थी, और मेरे यहाँ बैगन 1 एकड़ में 189 टन प्रति एकड़ का उत्पादन आया था, जो एक मेरे लिए बड़ी उपलब्धि है। इसी कड़ी में हम लोग बस्तर किसान कल्याण संघ में अभी हम लोग 1000 मेंबर हैं बस्तर में, जो कि हमारा एक बड़ा संगठन है जिसका नाम है बस्तर किसान कल्याण संघ, जिसके माध्यम से हम लोग अपने ज्ञान का आदान प्रदान कर हम हमारे यहाँ के छोटे किसानों को भी ज्ञान का प्रदान करते हैं, जिससे उनका जीवन स्तर भी हमारी तरह ऊंचा हो। जिस हिसाब से IS मैम ने हमें जो वहाँ पे मूलभूत सुविधाएं थी दीदी लोगों के लिए, वो उन्होंने हमें दिया। बस्तर किसान कल्याण संघ हमारे खेतों में आकर के कलेक्टर साहब और उनके जो पदाधिकारी थे वो सब आकर के हमारे खेतों में देख करके बहुत खुश हुए, और वे कहे कि क्या इस प्रकार का डेवलपमेंट हम उन रूरल जगह पे जहाँ पे आदिवासी महिला दीदी लोग जहाँ रहते हैं, जो उन्नत खेती के बारे में कुछ भी नहीं जानते, क्या हम उनको सिखा सकते हैं। तो यह बीड़ा हमारे बस्तर किसान कल्याण संघ ने उठाया। जो भी वहाँ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर था वो कलेक्टर साहब ने मदद किया वहाँ पर, और उनको उन्नत खेती सिखाने का बीड़ा हमने लिया। तो हमने 1 साल में टोटल 24 ट्रेनिंग और फील्ड विजिट दीदी लोगों को हम लोग दे रहे हैं, जिसमें से अभी तक हमारा 10 महीना हो चुका है। 10 महीने में हमने अभी तक 20 ट्रेनिंग के माध्यम से दीदी लोगों को सिखाया है, और पिछले 10 महीने की यात्रा दीदी लोग अभी आप बीती सुनाएंगे, जिसका वो हल्वी में बताएंगे, जिसका मैं हिंदी में अनुवाद करूंगा। दीदी।
थैंक यू मैम, थैंक यू सर। जय जोहार। मैं हेमवती माँ दंतेश्वरी पपैया उत्पादक समिति से मैं हेमवती कश्यप और मेरी छोटी बहन हस्तिना कश्यप। मेरा गांव तीरथगढ़, बस्तर जिला दरभा, ब्लॉक दरभा में स्थित है।
ठीक है, आप आगे से आप जो है आपकी जो लोकल लैंग्वेज है ना आप उसमें बताइए ताकि आपको आसानी हो।
हम आम्ही 43 बहीण मन 10 महीना जो पाठपुती जो गोष्ट सामने आम्ही सांगू से आम्ही आपलहान खेत जमीन ने जमा जो भरोसा करून बाती आपलो जमीन ने खाले खेत ने धान और ऊपरी खेत ने कोसरा, जोंधरा, रागी, कोदा, कुटकी ये आम्ही कमाते रहूं कि चमास बराबर होले में आमची अच्छा फसल मिलते रहे, और चमास बराबर नहीं होले ने हम जो फसल ने घाटा होते रहे।
दीदी का कहना है कि जय जोहार, नमस्ते। दीदी कह रही है कि मैं हेमवती कश्यप, मेरे साथ में मेरी छोटी बहन हस्तिना कश्यप, और हम लोग 43 दीदियों का हमारा समूह है। हम लोग ये पपीता की खेती से पहले हम लोग अपने खेतों में निचली खेतों में धान की खेती करते थे जो वर्षा पर आधारित था, और ऊपरी जमीन में जिसमें मक्का, रागी, कोदो, कुटकी इस प्रकार की खेती करते थे जो कि वर्षा पर आधारित था। वर्षा अच्छा होने से अच्छा होता था, और वर्षा जब न हो तब सूखा होता था, उस समय हमें नुकसान भी उठाना पड़ता था। इसके अलावा हम लोग खाली समय में दूसरे के यहाँ मजदूरी करके अपना जीवन यापन करते थे।
केंद्र सरकारच्या योजना जन बाटले किसान मंच आय के दुगना करतो नारा दिला से छत्तीसगढ़ प्रशासन योजना नरवा घरवा घुरवा बाड़ी ग्राम स्वराज योजना जो अंतर्गत जिला प्रशासन बस्तर जो न्यायाधीश जोन आमचे समिति के 10 एकड़ सरकारी जमीन खेती करतो काजी दिला और बस्तर किसान कल्याण संघ जोन की 10 महीना ने आमके 24 ट्रेनिंग दिला से एमन जो लगे 50 साल ले बले खेती करते जो मतलब खेती कर चुकायत अनुभव आसे एमन आमके वादा करू रोहत की खेती कराम दे बोल भाती एबे आमी हुंताने अमरलू से और आमके सुविधा बले दिला से जैसन की बोरवेल होली पानी चोटंकी बिजली कनेक्शन और ऑटो मशीन ड्रिप सिंचाई और मौसम केंद्र और ग्रेडिंग और जानो पैकेजिंग सेट और जमीन के संतुलीकरण करतो काजे सड़क बले बनान दिला से।
हमारी दीदी हस्तिना कश्यप का कहना है कि केंद्र सरकार की योजना किसान की आय डबल होना और हमारे राज्य सरकार की योजना है नरवा गरवा घुरवा बाड़ी ग्राम स्वराज योजना के अंतर्गत एवं जिला प्रशासन की ओर से हमें मूलभूत सुविधाएं दी गई एवं इसका बीड़ा उठाया हमें ट्रेनिंग का बस्तर किसान कल्याण संघ के माध्यम से। जिला प्रशासन की ओर से हमें 10 एकड़ जमीन किराए पर दी गई है जो कि शासकीय जमीन है जिस पर मूलभूत सुविधाएं शासन ने करके दी है जिसमें बोरवेल है बिजली कनेक्शन है वाटर टैंक है और पैकिंग ग्रेडिंग का सेट बना हुआ है ऑटोमेशन सिस्टम लगा हुआ है वेदर स्टेशन है फेंसिंग है। ये सारी मूलभूत सुविधाएं जिला प्रशासन की ओर से हमें प्रदान की गई है।
You see the hard guys have done it by hand themselves. They basically prepared the land on the road. So whatever work is happening, it's all their group solving.
आमचो पपिताचो बाडी आहे VNR अभिनव आम्ही प्रति एकड़ 550 पौधा 11 जनवरी के रोपण करलू और एचो उत्पादक 6 जुलाई ले शुरू होली। एबे आमचो पौधा में कम से कम 70 से 80 फल लगली से और भले फल फूल लगते जाए से और ये मई महीना ले रहे थे और एबे हर प्रति एकड़ में आमचो पपीता कम से कम 70 ले 80 टन उत्पादक हुए थे।
यह जो पपीता का पेड़ दिख रहे हैं ये VNR कंपनी का अमीना वैरायटी लगा हुआ है। इसका ट्रांसप्लांट हमने 11 जनवरी को हमने ट्रांसप्लांट किया है और 2 महीने के बाद इसका फ्लावर आया और 6 महीने के बाद में इसका हार्वेस्टिंग स्टार्ट हुआ है। अभी एक पौधे में 70 से 80 फल लगा हुआ है। 1 एकड़ में 550 पौधे लगे हुए हैं। प्रति एकड़ 70 से 80 टन पपीता उत्पादन का हमारा अनुमान है।
आमचे पहल हर तोड़ाई 6 महीना ने भले कम समय ने शुरू होली से और आमचे पहल हर तोड़ाई जगदलपुर जो बाजार ने 25 रुपया किलो ने बिक्री होली और दूसरा हर तोड़ाई दिल्ली जो आजादपुर मंडी ने 70 रुपया किलो ने नीलामी होली और आमचो पपीता हाथों ने खूब स्वाद लगवा है और खूब एकदम गुलगुला लगवा है। आमी दीदी मन पपीता चो खेती ले खूब खुश आंसू आमके हर एक लगवा है कि आमी पपीता चो खेती कर लू और एबे आमचो अंदाज आए कि आमी दीदी मन पपीता चो खेती करून भाती आमचो घर परिवार और आमचो गांव ने सुख समृद्धि और खुशहाली ए दे।
यह पपीता का पौधा हमारे यहाँ 6 महीने से कम समय में स्टार्ट हो गया है और पपीता की पहले तोड़ाई पिछले महीने हमने जुलाई में की थी जिसका हमने लोकल बाजार जगदलपुर में इसको 25 रुपए किलो में भेजा था। उसके बाद दूसरी और तीसरी तोड़ाई का पपीता हमने दिल्ली के आजादपुर मंडी में भेजा है जो यहाँ पर 70 रुपए किलो बिका है। 70 रुपए किलो बिकने से हम सब दीदी 43 दीदी लोग बहुत ही खुश हुए हैं। इतने अच्छे प्राइस में बिका है हमारा पपीता और हमारा पपीता खाने में बहुत ही मीठा और स्वादिष्ट है और एकदम मतलब इसको ऐसा बोल सकते हैं कि रसगुल्ला जैसा मुंह में खाते हैं तो ऐसा महसूस होता है और इतना अच्छा रेट में पपीता बिक रहा है। हम सारे दीदी लोग बहुत खुश हैं। इस खुशी से हमारे गांव में सुख एवं समृद्धि।
My suggestion was to Tamil and surveys that
आमी बस्तर
we are only one market running
संघ के वादा करलू से कि आमी जसन बस्तर किसान संघ ले सिखों से उसने ही आमी 3 और दूसरे लोग की सिखाऊं दे और
So if you really look
आमच्या
at
गाव
only
में
Maharashtra and
सुख
MP, that
समृद्धी
won't be enough,
खुशहाली
because whatever
आणून
the
दे
plants
फलले
are
आमच्या
access we have in Maharashtra,
आमच्या आर्थिक
we have two
स्थिती
options. One
बदले
is to
से
immediately
और
explore the MP
ये तो
market
साल में आमी 150
and
लोग जो
see that whatever price
150
correction
लोग
required, do it, but at
अ,
least we have a better
150 लोग
realization
जो
compared to the
सुख
Maharashtra.
समृद्धि बदलून दे
Other is that Gujarat,
क्या कहना
because
है कि
Gujarat is
जैसा
also
बस्तर
not even
किसान कल्याण संघ ने
halfway.
हमको सिखाया है,
So how can we
यह
really
क्रम
bring
यहाँ पर
the
समाप्त न
momentum in
होकर के
that
हम भी
market?
बस्तर
So
किसान
look
कल्याण
at
संघ से
from
वादा
that
किया
angle
है
that
कि हम भी
because
जब
another
सीख
15
जाएंगे
to
तो अगले
20 days
साल
are
से हम
left
भी
in
एक
Gujarat,
दीदी
to
जो
best
है
of my
हमारे गांव
understanding.
के या दूसरे गांव के
So if
इन
we really
अन्य
want to
किसानों को भी हम
correct
यही
something, do
टेक्नोलॉजी
something, we
सिखाएंगे,
have to do it now.
इसलिए यहाँ
Day
रुक
passing, we
है
are
तो
losing the
फिर भी
day.
हमारे गांव में और सुख
So I
और
said that
समृद्धि
since
आएगी।
Jan and or other people, this is what these guys are telling, if they have reduced the price. Okay. So Jan has reduced the price by
आमची
rupees
जिंदगी
1, or other people
बदले
are
से
already
कौन बदलला
running low in terms of
बस्तर
the price.
पपैया
So what I suggested them to do some
किसी का
scenario
कहना है कि
mapping
हमारी
compared to the
जिंदगी
last
बदल
year.
रही है,
At
कौन
this
बदल
point
रहा
of
है?
time,
बस्तर
what
पपैया।
is the demand
धन्यवाद।
and what is the
धन्यवाद
availability?
जय जोहार
That will give you some picture whether there is a surplus availability, then how much surplus availability,
Just not clapping.
is there any increase in the
Please,
acreages to have
join
got
me.
those kind of surplus availability, or it will remain a surplus. If it is remain surplus, then everybody will be in a desperate situation to sell their produce.
Thank you.
Because they can't hold beyond a point, and everybody knows that nothing will happen after 15-20 days. So if any action need to be
You
taken
have
for
heard
Gujarat,
from
take
Didis.
it
We
now.
call them Didis because the
So
scheme
I think
behind the
these
women
Sarvesh
college.
and Tamil must have worked out on that.
We also call
And
them Didis.
today they were supposed to come back. Yesterday there was some
Bastar
proposal
Kisan
which
Kalyan
they
Sangh
shared
has
with
been
me.
the most.
Have you tried growing this papaya anywhere else apart
No.
from Chhattisgarh?
No. So probably they are growing some in Spain, and he will be covering that part because VNR is a commercial entity, and they are doing it somewhere in I think other areas also. So he'll cover that part. Yeah. Right. I think most of the questions, answers you're gonna have to give. So I invite Mr. Agarwal. Why don't you take on?
What is an inspiring story. Thank you, Didis. धन्यवाद आपका, आप यहाँ तक आए, अपनी कहानी हमारे साथ शेयर की. Thank you to ma'am, took all the pains to come to us and tell us the story which was behind the initiative. Thank you all of you, and thank you organizers to giving us an opportunity to present our story in front of so many audiences. Most of the Bastar story has been already communicated to you. So I'll take you to the variety which is behind this story. And before I move to the variety, I think it calls for a brief introduction of what is VNR. So VNR is basically a seed company which is trying to create some global footprint. So we are trying to become a Indian multinationals in the long run. We have succeeded quite a bit in that initiative, and we are trying to take it forward. Let me introduce you to the founder of this company. He is Krishi Pandit, Dr. Narayan Chawda, and he is probably sitting somewhere in the audience, maybe on the back seat. Can you please stand up, sir? Thank you. Dr. Narayan Chawda, he is a celebrated industrialist in his own way. He is a Krishi Pandit. He was awarded that award by some organizations and government initiatives which were giving that Krishi Pandit award. He is an agricultural graduate. Back in 1960, he did his graduation from the Allahabad University, SHIATS as they used to call it then. So he has been into agriculture for maybe 50 years now. And he has been cultivating lands in Chhattisgarh right from those days. About 50 years of history he has. The company was established initially by him in a very subtle way while doing his farming activities. So when we created the company, so you have to understand that this is a company which has been established by a farmer himself. So the only motto he could think of was किसानों का benefit. किसानों के interest में ये company बनी थी because एक किसान बना रहे थे. And it's also pertinent here to mention that his son, Mr. Vimal Chawda, is also an agricultural graduate from G.V. Pant University, and he is also very much actively involved in this company. So this company is being managed by graduates from many universities, mostly Pantnagar, but this is a company being run by people who know what agriculture is. So they believe in creating a prosperous and knowledgeable farming community, and this Bastar experiment is an example, and there are many more such examples. If you come to see us and our activities in Chhattisgarh, you will realize that VNR seeds has been instrumental in changing the way Chhattisgarh farmers do their agriculture. So I sometimes tell my friends, if you want to see Israel in India, come to Chhattisgarh. So very briefly, the journey of the VNR seeds, as I mentioned, it all started in 1960 with some basic research activities. And by 1998, only we could incorporate a proper entity, and we got seriously into seed business. By 2005, there was a bit of a change of a name, and VSPL, VNR Seed Private Limited was established, and we started pan-India operations. Besides the seed part, where we cover the vegetable and the cereal seeds for the market, we also established a VNR Nursery Private Limited, because Dr. Chawda is more interested in fruit crops than the vegetable crops. So he said that, okay, I want to breed fruits for because nobody is working on it. So he started that initiative of nursery, and VNR Bihi, the fruits of which are displayed, and probably you have eaten some of it, is a outcome of his initiative in that direction. For I think it was launched 10 years back. So now we have 45 lakh plants being supplied to farmers all over India, and this variety is being cultivated all over India today. Bihi probably was the first initiative, but in the last several years, we have done pioneering work in many crops. And there are few examples on the board you can look into, and they are not all. There are many more than that. So a slide could contain maybe only 10, so I did only 10 here. Now, coming to the main point of the discussion, because we are here to talk about VNR Amina, Dr. Chawda created this variety after consistent effort of 20 years. It took him 20 years to deliver this perfect variety, because and the initiative was started because India is dependent on these Thailand or the Taiwanese varieties. So he said that why can't India have its own variety? So that motivated him to create this variety, and there are two more varieties beside this which were created, but this is the one which we have chosen for the Bastar project. We call it VNR Amina. So now coming to my main topic, that how can a farmer improve his practices? What is the role of biotechnology? What can we do to improve the quality of the fruit that the farmer gets, and that is appreciated equally in the market? I'll briefly try to cover that. Before I begin the more technical details, it is very pertinent and important to understand that what is a papaya fruit or the flower, or what is the tendencies of flowering. There are three types of flowers in a papaya crop. One is the male flower, the other is a female flower, and the third is what we are calling the hermaphrodite flower, which has both male and female sexes. It's very important to set the background, because Amina Bastar project is about the hermaphrodite papaya. So a male flower looks like an extended peduncle thing, and the female flower has a bit of a ovary which is a bit roundish. That is the way the female flower will look. And when a variety has both male and female plants separately, it is probably known as dioecious varieties. This was a primitive way of variety or agricultural practices of papaya cultivation. Dioecious varieties are generally not practiced or cultivated unless the climatic conditions force that a gynodioecious variety cannot be grown in that area. So just I mentioned gynodioecious is the type where we have only two types, which is the fruiting type of the female and the hermaphrodite type, where the male and the female flowers both exist. But since the female flower is there, it will also give you fruit. What was happening in dioecious, the male flowers were not producing fruit. They were just providing the pollens for pollination of the female plants. And maintenance of the female population compared to the male population, because you need maybe less than 10% of male population in a field to pollinate the 90% females. But you never get only 90 to 10 ratio, probably you get 40 to 50 ratio. So you have to uproot 30% of the crop, and that is a challenge. So most of the cultivation, modern cultivation is happening in the gynodioecious variety. So this is the female type fruit. You can see it is more roundish, which you probably find mostly in the fruit carts in the market. And the other one is a hermaphrodite, which is an elongated fruit, which we have displayed on our counters as well. So the hermaphrodite fruit is long and the female fruit is round. So what is the advantage of having the hermaphrodite fruit, and what is the market is actually demanding? Market demands fruits which have a small core, which have more eatable pulp, which are small in size but still up to 1 kg weight. And there is the most important quality of papaya, that it should be sweet and it should be soft and chewy in the mouth. You can get papaya which can be hard on the out and a bit too soft on the inside, which is the general papaya available in the market. But this has a consistent texture, top to bottom, inside and out, and it feels very good when you eat it. From the farmer and the trader part, he needs a elongated fruit because the market knows that it's a premium quality and he is demanding it, at least the niche areas of a market. The family size fruit, nobody wants to buy a papaya who has like a 2 kg and 3 kg weight, because once you cut it and if you don't consume it, it is cumbersome to put it in a refrigerator. So if you can have a 1 kg fruit, you can cut it and finish it in one go. So that's what the market demands. And transportability from Bastar is like 1500 kilometers from Delhi. So if the fruit is not tough enough, it cannot be transported, in a safe way from Bastar to Delhi and maybe to Bangalore, which could be equally far away. So that tough skin, which can ensure that there is a good keeping quality in the fruits that we produce. So these are the market demands and preferences. One side we have the consumer demands and one side we have the trade market demands. So now we have been hearing about that the Bastar papaya was DNA fingerprinted. So yeah, there are several methods to ensure the larger population of hermaphrodite plants in a papaya field. Why did we choose the biotechnological intervention, where we took the leaf sample from each nursery plant, tested it against a DNA marker, and once it was ensured that this matches with the pattern, it was certified to be a hermaphrodite plant. So generally it's like it is 2:1 ratio. Out of 3 plants that you test, you probably end up with 1 hermaphrodite plant. So that could be the ratio. If you go by seed, probably you can have 40, 50, 60% of female plants in your field, and you will have round fruits and not elongated fruits. So that's why we wanted to give the Bastar project the best of the best material. So we went for 100% hermaphrodite plant population, and for that we chose the DNA marker route. And that's why ma'am mentioned that the cost of seedling is 150. That's what increased the cost, because we were wasting 2 plants to get 1 successful plant. I was mentioning that there could be other ways of getting hermaphrodite plants. The one way is similar to the way a dioecious cultivation is done, that they plant 3 plants together. And it's a matter of chance that maybe out of these 3 plants, one could turn out to be a hermaphrodite. And then after you have identified, after a certain age, maybe 5 months or 4 months age, you cull the female plants and you keep the hermaphrodite plants. In dioecious, we cull the male plant and keep the female plant. In this cultivation, gynodioecious, you cull the female plant because you want elongated fruit. But it's again wastage of so many planting material and so much effort goes, and also the height of the plant, it increases and no bottom setting is happening. The other way is that maybe you could have gone for a grafted seedling. You could have taken a root stock and then you could have grafted hermaphrodites sign on that root stock. But what happens, we all know that papaya cultivation is subject, the biggest problem in it is viral, virus infection of PSRV. So while maintaining the cyan in the net house or the greenhouse or the protected area we are maintaining it, it is very difficult to keep that nursery virus free itself. So the chances that the crop you get at the end of it may be having a virus infection and it could ruin your crop completely. Then you need the grafting structure. So that's a cumbersome and cost intensive model to go for. Tissue culture. Why can't we do some tissue culture of a hermaphrodite plant? Yes, we can do. But what happens, the experience world over has been that when you go for a tissue culture cultivation or practice of hermaphrodite plants, generally the root system is weak. It is not very strong. And for this tissue culture also, it's a, again, cost intensive project. You need to have a skill set. You need to have the infrastructure. So that's also a bit of a cost intensive thing, and not everybody can establish a tissue culture lab. So that's a challenge there. So now we come to the physiology of the papaya plant and the relation of temperature to this physiology. Actually, when you see the flower, the initiation of the flower has happened 2 months already. So which is known in botany, the floral primordia. So you see the flower after the initiation has happened 2 months in past. So one is floral primordia, and when the flower is open or functional, it is the anthesis. So this is a bit of botany, a bit boring, but very important to mention here. And what is the role of temperature and what is the linkage with floral primordia? Papaya has 2 sets of temperature requirements. One is that it should not be grown in areas where the mean daily temperature, when we say the mean daily temperature, it's the day temperature highest and the lowest temperature of night combined divided by 2, you get the mean temperature of the day. If it is more than 32 degrees, then it can result in female sterility. So it is recommended that it should not be cultivated. And if the temperature is going above 32 degrees, hermaphrodite fruit setting will not happen. So that's the challenge there. Now we come to the lower side. 14 degree is probably the threshold temperature which is required at the floral initiation stage. When we say floral initiation stage, it is the temperature when the primordia is there, not the actual flower. 2 months before the actual flower comes, the temperature should not go below 14 degree. If it is going below 14 degree, what you will end up will be a deformed fruit, which we refer to as carpelodic fruit. It will have some deformities and the marketability of the fruit is not ensured. Yeah. So to get a normal fruit, a normal hermaphrodite fruit, you have to ensure that the temperature at floral primordia is not lower than 14 degree. And that's where the challenge comes. I met so many people who are asking, can I do it in Ludhiana? Can I do it in Kashipur? I said, please wait for my presentation. I'll give you the answer. In North India, hermaphrodite cultivation is very difficult to be done. The timing can be done. We can find a window where this temperature requirement can be met. But we know that the winters start setting by end of October or November, and they go up to February. So we have a long winter season, and in those winter months, Even if you get an initial fruit, in those winter months, you will not get proper fruits. So the harvesting window will not be as long as we have witnessed in Bastar or in Maharashtra or in Andhra, because these are milder climatic condition places where they get a 8 months, 9 months harvesting window. If you try to do it in North India, probably your window will be reduced to 3 months, 4 months. If you are ready to go for that, and if that market rates in those harvesting periods support that kind of initiative, you can do that. But if you want to go for a 8 months harvesting window, that's a challenge there. Ma'am showed this comparison analysis in her slides. I'll just very quickly refer to it. This is a area in Thailand, Hat Yai. It is very close to the sea, and the temperatures is very uniform throughout the period. It's like a uniform temperature. Compared to that, we have a temperature chart of Bastar where we can see highs and lows. So in that Hat Thai area, it can be grown throughout the year. But we had to find the right window to recommend to these people that this is the window you should go for, and this is the window which will give you the maximum harvest and the maximum price for the Delhi market. Now we know what is the carpolotic fruit. Once you get it, what you have to do, you don't, sometimes it is very difficult for a farmer to decide, let me throw this fruit. But we recommend culling of those fruit and throwing it away. And after you remove, you put some cotton so that the latex does not drop on the other fruits. Another thing, generally seedlings are grown in 50 whole trays. We recommend that it should be done in 12 whole trays to keep the root, tap root straight. Because in curling, what happens when you plant the those nurseries, there is a tendency to topple of the plant because of the fruit weight and other factors. You need to also study what is the harvesting period you are getting, and at that harvesting period, what are the markets available to it, and for which market is going to give you a better price. So that is also going to help you in deciding when you should do the cultivation. Aging of the nursery. Generally in papaya, flowers appear after a particular number of leaves have appeared. So you can create an environment in a greenhouse or a net house where you can age the nursery. Instead of planting 2 months nursery, you can plant 2.5 months nursery, so that it needs lesser time it is after transplanting to get the flower. Fruit thinning. When you see a papaya plant, there are hundreds of fruits. If you allow all of them to flourish, you will not get good quality of fruit. So it is important to reduce the number of fruits on the plant. Use of maize as a trap crop. As I mentioned, virus is the main problem. Virus is spread by aphids. To stop the aphids on the boundary, you can plant higher plants of maize, at least in the initial stage, which will stop the aphids to go to the papaya plant and stop them in the maize crop. So that will reduce the aphid load in the crop. As we mentioned, hermaphrodite plants need milder temperature to ensure longevity. One more factor, the crop rotation is important. Soon after one crop of papaya, you should not go for the second crop of papaya in that field, because sometimes the virus load has been built up in the field and it can affect your subsequent crop. Not only in the subsequent crop, you should ensure that the field that you choose does not have a papaya field in a nearby area, or the cucurbids or the solanaceous also crop nearby, because aphids can come, or the virus inoculant can come and infect your papaya plants in your field. Mulching is very important. It is important to maintain that you use a white mulch and not the yellow mulch or a brown mulch, because we have experimented with it and we find that the white and the black mulch is the best to be used in a papaya crop. Widening of the hole. While you put on the mulch, initially you make a small hole, but as the crop grows, you need to widen it so that the soil temperature is cooled down and the root zone is not damaged because of the high temperature. Also the drip lines. Initially, you need to keep the drips close to the plant, but as the crop grows, you need to shift the drips a bit side, because the roots have spread on the side. They are not anymore concentrated on the center. So you need to put the water closer to where the roots are. Also, the fertilization, you need to know that how much fertilization or the fertilizer intake is there. If you know that, you can plan your fertigation schedule, that how much amount of fertilizer at what stage need to be given on to the plants. Also, you can measure the plant heights, which will also give you an indication that at this height, how much fertigation or how much nutrition does that plant need. Automated fertigation, as has been shown by ma'am, it is recommended not to go for broadcasting of fertilizer, but to give it in the water itself, because that ensures that each fertilization, you can break it into multiple small units of fertigations. It gives you a consistent nutrition and it doesn't create a trough and hills in the fertigation program. Coming to the last part, sir, where you asked for the economics of the cultivation, we have different parameters, and I will share that offline with you. What we have listed everything which are required per acre, and at the end of it, the revenue at the rate of 12 rupees, mind that, not at 25, not at 75. We have calculated on 12 rupees. Even if you get 12 rupees, you are ending with 5,50,000 profit by doing every precision farming step that is required or we have done at Bastar. So that, and any structure that you are creating has to last about 7 years. So that has to be factored in also. If you take all those factors, probably you need only 1 lakh rupees to do that cultivation, and out of 9 lakhs, you get 8 lakhs profit every year, because those facilities that you create are going to serve you for 7-8 years. That's all. I took probably more time than I was required to take. Sorry for that. Yeah, and try these hermaphrodite papayas yourself. Thank you.
So now we are open for the questions. If you have any other questions, you can actually go ahead and ask them now. Can we have a mic on the left side of the room, please?
Sir, how many plants in a acres? Generally, what I have observed that 550 plants has been observed in an acre, and the fruit size is in the range of 1 to 1.5 kg. So,
correct.
And the calculations part, okay, the production was close to the 80 metric tons of.
Is the mic working?
Hello.
Yeah.
So the production part, okay, it was the 80 metric tons in an acre. So that calculation somewhere is not getting fit. Okay, 550 plants, 70 to 80 fruits in a plants, and then 1.5 kg will take also. So somewhere the metric tons calculation supposed to be 50 metric tons against which 80 metric tons.
Yeah, you're right. Thanks for pointing that out. If you were listening to what these DGs were saying, they say, कम से कम 70 से 80 फल हमको आज दिखाई दे रहे हैं. The fruiting has just started. This is the first month of fruiting, and they also mentioned they expect the fruiting to go up to May. So subsequent fruits are about to come, and those fruits will also be 1 kg. So any papaya farmers takes 40 tons to 50 metric tons in his acreage. What we are expecting, we don't want to lift your expectation to a sky level, and that's why we have maintained that figure in our communication, 70-80 tons. But if you imagine that if there are 80 fruits currently, probably by the time the crop ends, they would have harvested 150 fruits. And if you put that calculation, I think your calculation will hit the target you are achieving, you are looking for.
My second question, do we need to replace the plants every year, or the same plants will bring the fruits next year?
No, this is a one season crop. You can do like sugarcane rattoning, but what will be the yield levels and what will be the uniformity levels? I cannot say much on that. Because papaya is supposed to be one season crop. You plant it once and then you uproot when, and also if you allow to keep the same plant, probably the fruits will be so high that you will need a ladder to pluck them.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
I have a question. For ripening, any specific processes followed for ripening of the papayas, or these are self-ripening? What is the recommendation?
Sir, if I may interject for a second, we are short on time, and I'm very sorry about this. So we'll continue the session later on after presenting the memento to Ms. Richa Prakash Chaudhary. Can we please request Mr. M.B. Naqvi to kindly step up on the stage and do the honors? So Ms. Chaudhary has some previous engagements to attend to. We would be very happy to hand over the memento to her right now. And the session will continue. The question and answers will continue after this as well. You want to put your hands together for IAS Chaudhary for being here and for the phenomenal work that she's doing in Bastar and all across the country, making people empowered and making the whole country proud. It's an honor and a privilege to have an esteemed speaker like this on the dais of Fresh India Show Day 2. Thank you so much, ma'am, for being here with us. You want to put your hand together once again for the lady for joining us. I'll let you take a seat. Aap wapas baith jaiye, sir, abhi aa jaye. Sorry about that. You can continue with the, thank you, ma'am. You can continue with the question, sir. You were saying something?
Sudeep, you want me to ask the question again?
Yeah, please, that will help.
Okay. So
I'm also nervous while sitting on the stage.
No, it was an excellent presentation, great learnings. So for ripening, is it self-ripening or is there a recommended process of ripening for papaya? Bastar papaya.
I think I tried to explain that to a few people yesterday when the display of the fruits were there. Depending on the distance that you need to cover in the transportation, the level of ripening is ensured for that particular harvest. If you need to consume it in a local mandi, which is like 15, 20, 25 kilometers, you allow the fruits to turn completely yellow on the plant itself. No carbide is used generally in papaya. There could be few instances, I cannot vouch for that, but generally papaya is naturally ripened, because once the fruit is harvested and wrapped in newspapers, the ethylene production starts after 5 hours after harvesting. So that is a natural ripening. By the time it reaches the mandi, the ripening has happened. For sending fruits to Delhi mandi, which is like 1500 kilometers, we generally ripen the fruits when the skin is still greenish. It has started to fade, but it is not yellow. And different varieties could have different indicators. So we have mastered the indicator for Amina variety. A different variety could have a different indicator. So we have mastered an indicator that we use and teach our farmers how to decide that this fruit is ripe enough or not. Using that index or indicator, they ripen the fruit. And the second thing is the distance it is intended to cover. So that's how we manage the supply chain and the ripening. You have seen the fruits, they were quite yellow outside. Trust me, when they were harvested, they were not so yellow. Sir, in Bastar experiment, we have maintained a spacing of 8 by 10. The distance between row to row is 10 feet and the distance between plant to plant is 8 feet. And I'll tell you the reason. If you go to Maharashtra, if you go to MP, if you go to Andhra, you will find 1200 plants per acre ranging from 700 to 1200. What happens? You know, the canopy of papaya is huge. If you plant so dense planting, the sunlight percolation on the leaves and below the leaves is not so much. Leaves try to, intertwine plant to plant and they block the sunlight. And once you block the sunlight from the fruit part or from the lower part, there are several, I'm sure, Dr. Saab, you are aware, when you block the sunlight, what will happen?
Hello. Dr. I have a question. As you said that the fruit size 1 kilo to 1.5 kilogram, lower side is better for the market. But as a farmer, won't it cut the volume? Whether this size cutting gives me enough revenue to compensate for the bigger, what I would have otherwise got in bigger size, like 2 and 2.5 kilogram. Because most of the companies are advertising their papaya seed saying that it gives 2 kilo ka, 2.5 kilo ka, 3 kilo ka papaya lijiye. So how do we match this?
Fine. If you have some background in agriculture, probably you will understand. Fruit gains size. If the initial fruit is trying to get to the 2 kg level, all the nutrition, it's called the trough and the supply, the nutrients are uptaken by the roots and they are supplied first to the biggest feeder of the plant, and that is at that moment the fruit. So it is supplying बड़े बच्चे को खाना दे रहे, तो वो fruit 2.5 किलो का 3 किलो का हो गया, उसके बाद जब उसका पेट भर गया, then it goes to the other fruits on the plant. So ultimately, gentleman here was just mentioning that the average papaya production is 40 to 50 metric tons. Our Didi already said that we are already visualizing 70 to 80 tons. And I added to that is on the bare minimum side of this experiment. We are actually expecting much more than that or double than that. And the second thing, these are hermaphrodite fruits, and if you see the density of the fruit is much larger than those round fruits. So even a small fruit is much heavier. So if each fruit is more dense and more heavy, certainly the yield loss cannot happen. I can guarantee that in hermaphrodite plants.
Sir, my question is like all this infrastructure that has been put up, then after one season of like papaya, next season again you are going to plant papaya there, or
I mentioned that in my presentation that it is not recommended to go for immediate, for a crop rotation is anyway recommended in all crops in general. It is never advised to repeat the crop because inoculum of disease builds up in the soil, in the environment, and that can affect badly the next crop. So it is advised to give it a break, go to a new field, come back to this field maybe next year.
Okay.
Hello. No doubt you people are doing very perfect work in Bastar area, and hope you developed a good cluster of papaya there. I am more interested to know about the aggregation of produce from the different farmers and trading mechanism as well, please.
Yeah, we Bastar Kisan Sangh is there to help us aggregate those things and send it to Mandi as a single supplier. And with the retail initiatives or with Reliance Retail, Mother Dairy and the other partners that we are talking to, we are creating Bastar Kisan Sangh as a vendor, and they are aggregating the produce from different farms and sending it to them. We are also designing a special packaging. Some of it is displayed, some of the like the foam net and the paper wrap and a sticker on the fruit, and then especially heavier grade cartons, 7-ply instead of 4-ply or 3-ply or 5-ply. We are especially trying to design branded designing of packaging cartons, which would be used because this is just started. We are just starting to send fruits to Delhi. So maybe in 10-15 days time, we will have these experimental cartons in Bastar, and we will send our subsequent supplies to Delhi Mandi or maybe other mandis in those especially study packages, which will ensure that each and every fruit comes to the mandi unblemished.
Okay, have you developed some pack houses in that area?
Can you please come again?
Pack houses?
Pack houses?
Yeah.
Yeah, we have a big pack house in Jagdalpur, which is the district or the division, Bastar district headquarters. We have VNR. When we say we, it means VNR, because we have enough cultivation for other purposes also. So there is a big pack house that we inaugurated in January this year. It's a huge facility with graders and cooling chambers and everything. We have a big pack house there. Anybody else, any questions? I'm ready to take them.
हेलो सर, हम हजारीबाग झारखंड से
जी।
सर आप जिस तरह टेक्नोलॉजी बताएं आप पपीते के लिए
जी
हम लोग पास उस तरह का जमीन मतलब अवेलेबल तो पूरा है, लेकिन मिट्टी धंस जाएगा, इसके चलते हम लोग ड्रिप मल्चिंग सही से नहीं कर पाएंगे, तो क्या ऐसी खेती हम लोग तरफ हो सकेगी?
देखिए यहाँ बैठ के आपके खेत के बारे में थोड़ा कहना मेरे लिए टफ है, बट स्टिल मैं ये मानता हूँ कि अगर आप अपना मिट्टी का एनालिसिस, सॉइल का एनालिसिस, वाटर का एनालिसिस और जो आपका सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट है टेम्परेचर डेटा का एनालिसिस और रेनफॉल का एनालिसिस हमसे शेयर करें, तो हम उसके अंदर अपनी टेक्नोलॉजी जो हमारी जानकारी है उसके बेसिस के ऊपर आकलन करेंगे कि आपके लिए ये खेती अच्छी रहेगी, या कोई दूसरी सजेशन दे सकते हैं आपको कि भाई आप पपीता नहीं अमरूद कीजिए या सीताफल कीजिए या कोई दूसरा फ्रूट कीजिए। वो जानकारी हम आपको दे सकते हैं।
आप सर हेल्प कर सकते हैं हम लोग को?
बिल्कुल कर सकते हैं सर, हम तो बैठे ही आपकी मदद करने के लिए, किसानों के साथ ही तो हमारा नाता है।
ठीक सर, थैंक
Thank you. Thank you. Great. I'll
Thank you.
request Mr. MB Nakwi, CMD, Media Today Group to kindly come up on the stage and help us felicitate the panel that we have. Of course, thank you so much. Sir, आपका जो सवाल है आप थोड़ी देर बाद सर के साथ में अपना contact details या जैसे भी communication channel जो right है वो बात कर लीजिए and make sure that you have a conversation. Mr. Nakwi is coming up on the stage. We're starting with Mrs. Kashyap, I guess.
Actually, it's Miss.
I'm sorry about that, ma'am. I'll take your number later on. Please put your hands together for Hemwati Kashyap for being so kind and joining us here. Let's have a round of applause for both the ladies.
Yeah, that's a very good suggestion. Ryan sir, we would like to have you on the stage to give this momentum to the ladies. Thank you, sir.
We're just going for a break. You can actually put your hands together and be a little more loud than that. Yes, wonderful. We'd also like to extend our gratitude to Mr. Sudeep Agrawal for being so kind and joining us here and sharing his wisdom. We hope you thoroughly enjoyed the conversation. If you did, you want to put your hands together and show appreciation for Mr. Agrawal for being here. Wonderful. Thank you so much. With that, we'll take a break. Lunch is served outside. Before we do that, of course, I would request Mr. Nakwi to kindly say a few words.
Audience, sorry to be between you and your lunch. So I would like to thank the panelists. There have been certain changes in the program. So I'm so thankful to my panelists that the third session was preponed to first session. And of course, you also got that suddenness and the shock of suddenly seeing the changes in the program. But then I'm so thankful to all the speakers and panelists who managed with the change timings, and especially the audience that who have been very interactive. Now in the post session, what we plan to do apart from the normal flow, we have a 20 minutes window extra with us. So why don't you people, while you are discussing at the lunch, point out the topics that you would have asked, that you would have liked being discussed here. So at least one topic, each of you, and we'll try to collect it from there. And probably some of you who would like to speak out your own experiences and would like to share it at the stage of Fresh India Show, you would be welcome. So if you want to say something, if you want to listen something, please get prepared during lunch. And within the lunch, you can communicate to us so we can try to add a few more people to come on the dais and speak out. So please join us for lunch. Thank you.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
this session, interacting with it. One thing that I would really encourage you all and request you to do is, if you have any questions, please make sure that you ask them at the end of the session. And by any chance, if you do not get an opportunity to do so, you can actually have a word with the speakers offline after they're off the stage. Once again, thank you so much for joining in on the day 2 of this amazing meet that we have for you all. Once again, if I'll request everyone who can listen to my voice outside, please kindly come and join in. All right, so the next session that we have for you is Emerging Agri Startup Ecosystem FVP Network to Sustain Fruits and Vegetables Supply Chain. So we'll be basically going in deep analysis of how things work, and we have an amazing gentleman who will help us out in doing exactly that. Please put your hands together and welcome Mr. Azhar Tambuwala, Director Marketing, Sayadri Farms Producers Co. Limited, walking up on the stage for this next session for you all. How are you, sir? Great. So I know we only have like 40 odd people right now in the room, but I think we can do better than that. Please put your hands together and welcome Mr. Tambuwala with a huge round of applause.
Okay, sorry, I'm back. You have to listen to me. But I've been just requested to give a little idea about FPOs and the importance of FPOs from an agri startup point of view, and how that scenario is changing. I mean, FPOs so just a small viewpoint, you've seen that FPOs has suddenly gained a lot of prominence in the last few years. And prior to that, there was a cooperative sector, and the government, somewhere in their own wisdom, realized that the cooperative sector, with having the government bodies or a government officer managing the whole decision making, is not a really good thing. And then they came up with this FPO idea, where an FPO can run independently like any private business. The only difference being that it has to be 100% owned by farmers. Now, that really is a huge step for the country and for the farmers, for the simple reason that India is a country of small and marginal growers. Marginal growers is hardly, about 80-85% of our growers are about 2 to 5 acres of land. And probably people who live in cities, 2 to 5 acres of land is a lot of land, because you look at it from a farmhouse perspective and, a nice place to go and chill out on a weekend or something. But a farmer trying to earn money out of his 2 to 4 acres is a very, very difficult task. There was a study some years ago that the average earning of a grower in India on an acre of land is 60,000 rupees per annum. And that is only revenue. I mean, in horticulture, it goes up, but when you go to pulses and cereals and all that stuff, it's hardly. So, it can go up to about 2 lakhs an acre per annum. And that's only the revenue. Besides, I mean, he's got to pull his profit out and stuff like that. So you're not really making a lot of money from that. And again, when you don't have adequate revenue, you are then forced to, you end up with social problems. You don't have the freedom to think. Money always gives a little freedom to upscale your thoughts and thought ideas, and that does not really happen. It's like I always say that you cannot preach philosophy on an empty stomach or to an empty stomach. So a lot of things which are needed at the ground level, at the farm level, are easier said than done, because you cannot go and talk to them unless you actually change their situations. Now, the problem is that having such a small acreage, which an average, I mean, India is second largest fruit and vegetable grower, and we have all those statistics, but we also have the largest number of growers in the world, considering the small size landholding. And this landholding is not going to increase. This is going to remain small forever. And the problem then actually becomes is that small farmer is into generational farming, and they've probably been, what their fathers or the forefathers have been farming. There's the age-old methods of farming are being used. And a farmer typically is so unstable in the fact that he's so dependent on their farming income, and the volatility of the seasonal or the crop or the seeds or the plants or pest disease attacks, all those kinds of things which make him really scared. He's never too sure at the end of the year whether he's going to make enough money. And he's obviously taken loans from bankers, which he wants to kind of repay for his crops. And oftentimes you've seen it now, there are floods and stuff like that, and then they can't pay back the bank loans and they end up taking private loans at higher prices. Then those private loans they cannot pay back. And one thing leads to another. There's a lot of depression. You talk of farmer suicide, which starts from this, because his home life gets disturbed, his family life gets disturbed, his children cannot be attended to. And one fine day, he decides that he decides to quit, and he calls it a day. And you have a scenario where farmers commit suicide. So it's not something which happens just overnight. It's more because it's been building up for some time. And these are real factual situations, and the farmer by himself is unable to actually go out and understand marketing or branding or finance or technology or outreach. These things, a small farmer by himself, he doesn't understand it, and neither does he have the scale or the volume to build it up. So the only thing is jo kehte hai na ki band muthi lakh ki, that from that point, the whole the FPO, the value chain of the FPO becomes important here, because that encourages small farmers to come together and get these small farmers to get together and run a business, which then forces farmers to become businessmen, come out of their grower zones or their grower mentality and also embrace business. And then probably come in and create brands, create supply chains, go out and reach the consumer directly, as against going through agents or mandi systems or exploited by, let's say, processors or people who are going out there to buy their product. And they in turn can create greater value. And that is the whole idea of the FPO, the model that they have come up with, is essentially that people can come together and take charge of their own lives, take charge of their own lives, take charge of their own product, take charge of their own marketing, and then go out and reach the consumers directly. So therefore, building sustainability right from the farmer to the consumer. And the FPO has the strengths to do it, because they can control everything. Now, a lot of people think FPO as an organization, or an FPO as a farmer producer organization, is limited to only growing. But there are a lot of things that an FPO by themselves can do. Some things which we have done, I'd just like to share with you what an FPO, when the farmers take charge of themselves, what can really happen. We've brought in technology. One of the things is let's look at weather patterns. When we look at weather, we've got a weather station somewhere which is giving you general weather idea about an entire region. But that does not happen, because oftentimes you see it rains in one part of a city, it doesn't rain in another part, or in one part of a country. It doesn't really give you adequate or accurate data. So we've actually gone ahead and recognized this problem with our farmers, that one village is planning, because the weatherman has said something and his village is expected to have rains, but it doesn't happen as much, and he's been spraying unnecessarily, or there is a cost, and others are not doing it or are doing it. So there was a little haphazard reactions to reading weather patterns. So we've gone ahead and actually installed weather stations. So far we've installed about 9 weather stations in villages, in specific areas, which helps the growers understand or pick up the data, and we are able to tell them what exactly to do. Now, these are things which usually a private company will not do it unless they've got a different vested interest. Here, the farmers themselves taking initiatives and bringing forward these ideas, and we as a company just help them implement this. Another thing which farmers themselves, a neglected part of farming, is the fact that nobody is really doing a lot of soil testing and PTOL testing, or plant testing, or leaf analysis, which is an extremely important part. All of us know that, oftentimes we are feeling unwell, we go to a doctor checks us up or does some tests, and he tells you what's less or more in your body, and he'll tell you, okay, these vitamins are plus or minus, and you need to take some supplements to kind of balance it out. And that's exactly what is necessary also in farming, where we need to test the soil to really understand how good or bad it is, to understand whether the plant is actually getting the right kind of nutrition, and accordingly address or tend to your crop or your land accordingly. Whereas traditionally people have just been working on soil, looking at soil as soil, not really looking at whether it's rich soil, does it have all the right kind of nutrients or not, because that soil nutrients are going to go to the plant. And if that's not there, then what do you do? So this has been a neglected, hugely neglected area. We don't have enough laboratories doing that. Even if we do, farmers are not educated about it. And through our FPO, we've been managing to talk to them and get them understand the importance of this and give them solutions. And recently we've also set up our own laboratory testing soil and leaves. So this is something again which is an in-house thing. You know, we don't really go out and we don't expect an outside entity to come in and tell us what to do, because we know our challenges. The farmer knows his own challenges, and the young generation of farmers today is pretty educated. They are well exposed. You have access to internet. They are pretty smarter than the previous generation, and they're able to pick up things and understand things much faster. And when we explain to them these things, they're very happy to implement these ideas. So stuff like this, whether it's we've got a residue-free residue testing laboratory. Now, when we talk of food safety, I mean, one of the aspects which we have tried to talk to our growers about is responsible growing, because at the end of the day, a farmer is growing for his product to be consumed by human beings, and he has a responsibility. जो कहते हैं ना, उनका कर्तव्य है, उनका धर्म है वो. लेकिन yet oftentimes you will see farmers who've got a patch of land which is for his family, and he's got a patch of land which goes to the market, because what's going to the market has to be tended to from differently, where the sprays and the pesticides and the insecticides are of uncontrolled nature, which often comes back to you to consume. So you as a consumer also are not aware of what's really being sprayed on your produce, and a farmer is also looking at it responsibly because he's in need of his revenue. Now, these kind of points become very important, where we try to instill within our farmers what is the responsibility and how we should be growing it safely. So food safety becomes a very important parameter which only a grower can understand. You know, we can sit in these conferences and talk about food safety, but who's got to implement it? Only the grower can implement it. And the grower can implement it only when he is made responsible, he understands the problems and how to manage it. It's all nice about saying that, pointing a finger and accusing somebody, but actually giving them solutions, because they don't know how to grow responsibly. They don't know what to do. They're farming in a sense of with a lot of fear. So what if my crop goes bad? He can't afford to take a risk. So he sprays indiscriminately. So teaching them responsibility and also holding their hand and getting agronomists to go and visit them and teach them what to spray when, what kind of sprays to take, what kind of insecticides, or give them information about weather patterns or possible attacks, and have preventive cures rather than curative cures. So when you have preventive cures, they are also able to save money. They are able to not lose their crop. As in curative is always an emergency, like an emergency situation. So getting farmers to be responsible towards these things will come from farmers itself. I mean, you people would have seen, as a consumer, all of us, 98% of Indian fruits and vegetables is purchased off the street. Only about, last few years, we've got some malls and retailers actually buying, and that's hardly about 2%. And there is no, when you look at white goods, everybody, when you want to buy something branded, whether it's a car or a refrigerator or even a shirt, you always want some assurance, some guarantee about whatever you're purchasing. But nobody also ever thinks about the fruit and vegetable that you're consuming. Who's giving you that assurance? There is no assurance from anybody that what you're consuming, what goes into your body every day, is coming from a safe source. And there's no regulatory body which is actually even trying to drive that or trying to, you don't really have a consumer court. You can go and say, "Ki meri sabzi aisi thi," and who do you catch? Which farmer do you go back to? Now, these are very important questions which can only be addressed by the farmers when the farmers get responsible. Because eventually it's you as a consumer who's going to consume that product, and you have absolutely no idea where it's coming from. And unless the farmer gets responsible towards his own produce, to growing and bringing it to the market and to the consumer, and ensuring all the links in the chain are sustainable, that's only when the entire, when you talk of sustainable farming. Now, coming to the actual topic where you talk of agri startups. Now, I just give you a few examples of what we are doing differently, but there's tremendous scope for people to get into the agri field. A lot of people think agriculture simply, obviously we are all professionals in this room, but agriculture is not simply growing and marketing and trying to connect a farmer or produce to a market. And there's so much like what Terra is trying to do. We're talking of traceability, we're talking of food safety, we're talking of weather patterns, we're talking of soil testing. There is so much which is happening in the agribusiness. And there is tremendous potential. Like I say, India is second largest producer and largest number of growers. And we are in a very haphazard, unorganized industry, so to say. So, and I always say that when there is a difficulty, when there's a problem, there's an opportunity. Because when it's like when you look at Flipkart or anybody else, they actually created business solutions coming out of problem areas. So there's a huge potential for agri startups to come in and create or bring these solutions to the table for farmers. I missed this morning's presentation, but I heard it's the kind of social good that they were doing from the people from Chhattisgarh. I'd love to see that again. But whatever they are doing is creating value at the ground level. But it's not simply just by going and giving them a pep talk. There is somebody who's investing in those in a better quality papaya and actually bringing it to them, holding their hand, showing them what to do, and thereby seeing a benefit. And when they see a benefit, there is a change within. And the farmer himself is able to go back and bring value to society. So, my point I'm trying to make over here is that FPOs and the farmers taking responsibility. Why वो जो एक बेचारा किसान वाला जो एक शब्द है, for generations together उनके मन में वो रह गई है कि किसान बेचारा है, वो हम तो किसान हैं, हम क्या करेंगे? And that is not true. We have been saying that you're as good as anybody else. You're a kisan does not mean that you are lesser than anybody else. And you can take charge of your own thing. उनको थोड़ी उनका हाथ पकड़ना है, उनको थोड़ी guidance देने की जरूरत है. And trust me on this, the amount of change or amount of energy at the rural level that I've seen, the amount of integrity and honesty that we see at the rural level, especially when they're given opportunities, which they've been deprived of. And suddenly when they come up, and there's tremendous enthusiasm and scope when they see that, okay, we are able to move ahead or forge ahead and do things like the rest of the world is. So in 1947, when we got independence, our GDP was agriculture was about 75 to 80%, and it's dropped to about 16%. And although the workforce of 50% of India's workforce is employed in agriculture, these statistics are extremely important for you to realize that there is a huge opportunity sitting there to be taken. So if there are any entrepreneurs over here, or my message goes to people is, there is a huge and this whole startup culture which is based on valuation and a first entry and an exit and creating valuation, creating money. So if you're even into it for money, this is a great place to be in, because the IT bubble has burst. And there aren't really seriously other opportunities. So having said that, I'd just like to leave you with the thought that there is tremendous opportunity for agri startups, even if you're running in a loss in the beginning, but great valuation will give you tremendous returns in the long run, because of the fact that India is got agriculture in a haphazard manner and great opportunity to sort it out. So when you find solutions to the problems, you'll have a good business model. So I'll leave you with that thought. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tambuwala, for being so kind and sharing again with us. So we'll continue this session where free-flowing thoughts are welcome. And I have this gentleman from Gayatri, Mr. Madhukar Gavali, chairman of the group, who is talking about FPO, a little bit of grapes, a little bit of vegetables, and a lot of wisdom of his own experiences. Please put your hands together and welcome Mr. Gavali.
नमस्ते सभी को। मेरा नाम मधुकर गवली है। ओम गायत्री नर्सरी, ओम गायत्री एफपीओ नासिक से हूँ मैं। हमने ओम गायत्री नर्सरी का छोटा सा शुरुआत 2009 में किया था। उस टाइम नासिक और महाराष्ट्र में ट्रे में नर्सरी सैपलिंग बनाते, ये कंसेप्ट बहुत पुराना था और किसान एक्सेप्ट नहीं कर रहे थे। उस टाइम हमने शुरू किया था। बहुत उस टाइम किसानों को समझाना पड़ा, सिखाना पड़ा। प्रैक्टिकल उनको जब प्रैक्टिस में आ गए तो उनको पता चला कि हमारा टाइम बच रहा है, पैसा बच रहा है और अच्छा क्वालिटी का सैपलिंग हमको हमारे फार्म तक आ रहा है। तो उस टाइम फार्मर ने एक्सेप्ट करने के बाद 2008-9 से लेके 15 तक हम नर्सरी का बिजनेस आगे बढ़ाते रहे। नर्सरी में अच्छे से इक्विपमेंट लेके आए, अच्छा क्वालिटी का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बनाया। जो अच्छी प्रैक्टिसेस करनी चाहिए वो हमने अलग अलग कंट्री से सीख के लेके आके हमारे नर्सरी में इम्प्लीमेंट किया। मगर सैपलिंग देने के बाद हमारा काम खत्म होता था, मगर आगे किसानों को बहुत सारे चैलेंजेस थे। ये चैलेंजेस क्या थे? तो किसान, अगर हमने कितना भी अच्छा सैपलिंग प्रोवाइड किया तो किसानों को फर्टिगेशन क्या करना है, बेसल डोज में क्या डालना है, मल्चिंग पेपर कौन सा यूज करना है, इरिगेशन में कौन सा ड्रिप यूज करना है, ये दिक्कतें थी। तो उस टाइम वो दिक्कतें सॉल्व करने के लिए हमें क्या करना चाहिए, तो एफपीओ का हमने स्टार्ट किया। तो एफपीओ में हमारे पास अभी 400 प्लस किसान है ग्रेप्स और वेजिटेबल्स क्रॉप्स में। पिछले 2-3 साल से हम 100 कंटेनर ग्रेप्स एक्सपोर्ट यूरोप और गल्फ कंट्री में कर रहे हैं और 50 कंटेनर्स ओनियन और मिक्स वेजिटेबल्स कर रहे हैं। ओम गायत्री एफपीओ के अंडर एक एग्रोमॉल भी हमने स्टार्ट किया है। उस एग्रोमॉल में सॉइल टेस्टिंग लैब, वाटर टेस्टिंग, पिटियोल टेस्टिंग, सीड्स, पेस्टिसाइड, फर्टिलाइजर्स और छोटी मोटी इक्विपमेंट जो किसानों के काम में आती है, उस टाइप का वन रूप सॉल्यूशन हमने देने का प्रयास किया है। और छोटा सा 1 एकड़ का हाइड्रोपोनिक्स भी हमने चालू किया है। उसमें लेटुस, स्ट्रॉबेरी और कुछ लीफी वेजिटेबल्स हम लेते हैं। और डोमेस्टिक मार्केट में जैसे दिल्ली हो गया, बॉम्बे हो गया, गुजरात के कुछ मार्केट्स में हम लोग वेजिटेबल, टोमेटो और चिली सप्लाई करते हैं। हमारे यहाँ चिली का प्रोडक्शन भी अच्छा होता है। नासिक और बॉम्बे से, वासी मार्केट से बहुत सारे ट्रेडर्स यूके मार्केट, यूरोप मार्केट में चिली एक्सपोर्ट करते। हमने 200 एकड़ पे हमारे जो एफपीओ के फार्मर्स थे उनको रेसिड्यू फ्री चिली प्रोडक्शन देने का प्रैक्टिसेस दिया और वो सक्सेस हो गया। और फिर वहाँ के अलग अगल बगल के भी किसान इम्प्रूव होके अभी हमारे यहाँ पे अच्छा तरीके से रेसिड्यू फार्मिंग हो रही है। एक्चुअली ग्रेप्स में हमारे यहाँ पे यूरोपियन स्टैंडर्ड के जो भी नॉर्म से, उस नॉर्म से ग्रेप्स का प्रोडक्शन होता है और अच्छी तरीके से डोमेस्टिक मार्केट और यूरोप मार्केट में डिस्ट्रीब्यूट किया जाता है। कल से मैं ये फ्रेश फूड्स जो शो है मैं यहाँ पे हूँ। बहुत अच्छे से नॉलेज यहाँ पे शेयरिंग हुआ है, जैसे कि नए नए वैरायटीज है, प्रोडक्शन के जो प्रैक्टिसेस है, टेक्नोलॉजी है, उसकी मार्केटिंग करनी है, ब्रांडिंग करनी है और उसका मार्केटिंग करनी है तो ट्रेडिशनल टाइप से नहीं करनी है, ई कॉमर्स में लेके जाना है, B2B करना है। अलग अलग टाइप के कंपनियों ने और उन्होंने यहाँ पे प्रेजेंटेशन दिया। ITC है, सह्याद्री फार्म्स है, VNR है। मुझे तो लगता है ये शो बहुत ही यूजफुल रहा है और हमारे जैसे नए एफपीओज को ये यूजफुल होने के कारण इम्प्लीमेंटेबल भी है, क्योंकि ये इम्प्लीमेंट कर सकते हैं। इम्प्लीमेंट करने के बाद हमारे किसानों को जरूर फायदा मिल सकता है। मैं शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहूँगा नकवी सर का और सभी उनके ऑर्गेनाइजर का। इस तरफ के शो ऑर्गेनाइज कोविड की सिचुएशन के कारण भी आपने ऑर्गेनाइज किया और अच्छा यहाँ पे शो हुआ है। थैंक्स नकवी सर और ऑल ऑफ यू।
Thank you, Mr. Gowli, for sharing with us. Let me quickly invite the marketing manager for Triangle Farms, a renowned one, Mr. S. Vamsi Krishna, who will be talking about their transition from IT to fruits and vegetable startup, especially dealing with hydroponics and lots more. So there's a lot of information going in. Please put your hands together and welcome Mr. Krishna on the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. I am Vamsi. I am from Triangle Farms, Hyderabad. We have a state-of-the-art hydroponic farm based out of Hyderabad. This you can see in the images. This is our farm, which is a poly house basically with retractable roof and side walls, which gives us the advantage of both protected cultivation and open to the sun cultivation. We can get the natural light in the morning hours when the climate is good by opening the rooftops and take the advantage of the sunlight for the growth, which helps the growth of the plant. And if the climate is not supporting the plants, then we can just close the roofs and you protect the plants from excess sun or excess rainfall, which is helping us to get a better quality of produce throughout the year. Our farm is 100% hydroponic. We grow all vine raised crops in our farm. Can you share them? You can see here in that image, our roofs are open. We have here it is. Yeah, these are our plants. You can see. This is the harvest. What usually we get, we nearly get 2 tons of color bell peppers every day out of our plants, which is based out of 10 acres of this thing. And our fruits will maintain the MRL levels, and we can say it better than organic, considering the minimal usage of chemicals and pests in our farm, because it is protected ones. You can see the thickness of our skin of our fruit when compared to the normal fruits. The thickness is 1 or 2 mm more than the regular fruits, which enhances the shelf life of the fruit. Usually a bell pepper can be stored in a room temperature for 6 to 7 days. We came up with a procedure called shrink wrapping, which we shrink wrap every individual fruit, which enhances the shelf life up to 15 days. We can store in a normal temperature without any refrigeration, and the produce stays in the same state at the day of harvest until 15 days, so that the customers will have minimum losses. Usually we operate in a B2B space where our customers will dispose at least 20 to 30% of the stock which is not sold. Being exotics, bell peppers are not in our Indian cuisine. Basically now, due to the exposure and all the things, which is now the demand has been increasing day by day. So in this helps with the shrink wrap, which is helping us to increase the shelf life and the losses for our end users also. These are the plants which are right now growing in our farm. You can see, and these are the images of our produce. Yeah. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
He has a question.
Hello.
Please.
My question is, did you get training about how you are controlling water flow, different chemicals? Because everyone says it's a very difficult task.
Yes. We have an in-house team of agronomists who are working, who stay in the farm 24/7, and who are who has got training in Netherlands and some other in Israel, who are helping us to get the things done in the farm, sir. We have everything in-house.
And second misnomer about hydroponics has been इसके prices बहुत महंगे पड़ते हैं और fertilizer बहुत ज़्यादा महंगा है. So at the end, is it profitable? How much profitable it is?
Yes, sir. The fertilizers are because we should only use the liquid fertilizers. It is expensive, but when compared to the results what we get and the quality which we can get out of the things, it is feasible, sir. It's definitely feasible because with the, we are in the market since a year and we are able to sell our produce every day. We are not holding it. Whatever we harvest, we are able to sell in Hyderabad and Pan India also. So because customers are coming back because we have the quality to prove.
I'm putting my journalist head on my head because as a magazine editor, last question is there's a word being used by some of the hydroponic consultants. It's called pipe and hype. They just try to sell pipe and hype and show on the Excel sheet. Okay, you invest 10 lakh rupees and you become crorepati in a month. But at the end, there are a lot of people who have really lost money in
Yes.
hydroponic. And I see, but you are not using those pipe and hype system. You are really going on the basics.
Yes.
So how would you tell a person who would like to start now, whether they should go with the basic or whether they should go with the high class of models?
Sir, it's depend upon the area where he is planning to do that. And we should not go for the fancy equipment or the things. We should only make sure the plant is breathing well and it's in the right environment to grow. It's no need to be high tech. We have almost spent near 3 to 4 CR on getting the things fine tuned. And right now we are in a state that we can use this infrastructure and these things to make sure that it is sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you. So to add on to the same conversation, I have from Cryobo, Canada, Rajendra ji, if you can join me on the stage and continue the conversation. You want to put your hands together and welcome the gentleman on the stage. And feel free to ask any questions. If you have any question, we'll send a mic towards you.
Good evening, friends. And thanks, Lakshmi sir, for giving this opportunity at this stage. So this Mr. Vamsi has spoken about. It's actually project done by the Cryobo. So let me tell you that Cryobo is a Canadian company. So they are into a very different production system. It's a protected structure, but it's not a greenhouse. It is a cooling house because roof open and close as per your outside weather condition. When you have a good conditions outside, just like in the morning or in the evening, roof will retract automatically. It will close only when you have a adverse climate, just like during rainy season, you have a heavy rainfall, or during summer, you have a temperature 15 plus, or during winter, you have a less than 10 degrees centigrade. Or you have a, sometimes you have a heavy wind load or wind speed or cyclone. So this whole system, actually we started here in India in 2014 when I joined this company. So then since then we put up 3 big commercial projects. You can say that it's a start of the corporate farming in India. The first project we did with the Namdhari Fresh in Bangalore. So because they had a challenge of growing some crops because there's a pollination issue in the conventional system structure because you have a closed structure. So bees or beneficial insect, they can't come inside and pollinate your crops. So retractable has the advantage because roof open and close. So it close only when you have adverse conditions. Otherwise, it may remain open. So then pollination is not an issue in the Cryobo structure. The other client that we have, you might have heard, Simply Fresh. It's one of the biggest project that we have done in Asia. It's a state-of-art project where you are growing all type of leafy, herbs, berries, even nutraceutical crops. That project is also in Hyderabad. So that was almost it's the first phase that we have done for 25 acres. So probably maybe next year we will do the next expansion. Then this triangle farm, they started with very when I approached the owner of the company, Mr. Sirihari. So he wanted to build up a 1 hectare structure. But with the when we started planning, and then we straightway he agreed to go for the 15 acres, means a 6 hectare. So because technology is such a good that you get a very good quality of your produce. So you can see that with this 15 acres, I think 10 acres is now planted under production. So self life of crop is such a good that 15 days you need not be worried. And you can see the thickness of the fruit also, that it doesn't shrink. And moreover that they are adding more value on those crops also. So now that we are doing one of the largest project probably in Asia, that is for 400 acres here in Western UP. And the first phase of that is 115 acre, that is for growing blueberries. So you can see that retractable roof has the advantage. You can grow the crops which are grown in the temperate climate, like blueberries is actually basically temperate crop. But you can grow those crops in a tropical climate also. So similarly, during the discussion today that we were that BNR people were discussing that this BNR Amina, the papaya, that need a temperature of 32 maximum and minimum that 14 degree. Because that particular climate, either you have to go to a specific location or you can create those conditions and anywhere. So Crabo has the capability, we can create those conditions anywhere. So that's all. Thank you again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. So we have Mr. Manoj Kumar, General Manager, Domestic Sales from one of the premier and stalwart organizations, Desai Agri-Foods. We'll be talking about premierization of banana, and I'm absolutely sure that you all are interested to listen to this talk. Any questions? Feel free to have a chat with Mr. Kumar after he's done with the presentation.
Hi, good afternoon. Myself Manoj Kumar, and I'm representing the Sai Agri-Foods, which is a part of the larger group in Otera. I'm here to discuss something. We talk about branding, we talk about the sticking of any fruits, but there is a lot of things goes behind creating that brands, and how these brands, okay, later on give you as a returns. Okay, that's a perfect example of one success story of I'm sharing. Before the start of this, okay, if you talk about when we started banana, okay, the branded banana in NCR market, we started with the 50 box a day. 50 box, this means somewhere around 600 kg a day. And today we are 50 metric tons a day. So that kind of growth opportunity that's give the branding, but there is a lot of pain that goes behind the branding that we need to understand. It's not only the sticking the stickers on the any of the fruits. So we'll start with the one of the experience that Happy Banana has gone through that, and we are doing constantly. So this is a typical fields of any, if you go to the any Happy Banana, this is a typical fields, and this picture say a lot of things. It's not only the picture, sir. This is say a lot of things. There is a bagging. There is a, you can see the small strips of different color is coming out. That has certain, it's had certain objective that's, and you can see the each and every field is very neat and clean. The drip irrigation. So there's a lot of story behind that. It's not only the pictures. Okay. This is a typical, again, this is a very typical kind of Happy Banana fields. Okay, very neat and clean. This is a part of the field selection criteria. Either we do ourselves, okay, in our lease farming, or along with the farmers also we do. So a lot of activities goes behind that before reaching to the customers and before creating that brand as the leader brand in the markets. So I'll just mention some of the activities that, okay, the fruit care activities, why we do to produce the quality that we need. The customer that the produce the quality which I want to take to my product to the customer end. Zero out field rejections, do the best, improving the package recovery, because the recovery is again is the one of the criteria which define the cost. Your recovery of A grade is 90%, your cost will be suddenly come down to 50%, because it is a B grade of the 80 fruits which is going to kill your entire business plan. So that's why it is very important that, okay, that's fruit care activity, improving shape and size of the fruits. Okay, then uniform aging, ripening again is in the banana is the ripening, aging of the banana, and the ripening of the banana is very much important. Unlimited differentiated fruits in market and incremental sales demand. So what we do as a whole, we do a lot of activities, okay, in the fruit care activities, but basically I have two kind of activities. One we call the fruit care activities, one is called the plant care activities. In the fruit care activities, we have, one is the bud injection, fruit obstacles, bunch spray, deflowering, dehanding and debabbling, ribbon tagging and bagging. So again, I'll go just quickly by the bud injection is really one of the painful activities. Banana itself is banana production is really the labor incentive crop because the entire budding, entire fruiting is not come in a single go. It's like 10%, 20%, 30%, 30%, then again 20%, it's go. So in the entire fields, if is 1,000 acre, 1,000 plants in acres, so it's a very labor incentive. Every time labor has to move from one corner to every corner to do a single activities. And if you're suppose doing 10 activities for a single crop, imagine the kind of labor. And then the banana is such, which is not woody crops. So again, if you can see, this is the bud injection, and it has to be doing when the flower is in very vertical stage. So it's very particular that you have to be very active when the flowering is going to come. So this is a very important again. So again, this is anything touching to the banana, you have to take out from that. Okay, so that's otherwise cause the scrying, bruising part, and that let you the market, you the demand, and the recovery will be goes down. Again, this is one is bunch spray. This is the most critical parts to avoid the insect damage. Okay. And every time I say this is each activities goes 2 to 3 times, and then you have 10 activities in acres. Just imagine the kind of pain and the 30 each time, each activity you have to do 5 to 7 times in the entire cropping cycle. So that's a kind of pain that, for in the production of any of the fruit quality, the branding we're taking the brands and then we call the quality fruits. So this is again is a very critical activities. Okay, that's a deflowering. Deflowering, again, it's a very important to do at the right stage, because the oozing of the banana is such that, okay, once it's come to your cloth, it will never go lifetime. Similarly, it will come on the banana also, it will not go whatever you wash. So it has to be taken out at the very right stage at the right time. Otherwise, in spite of everything you did, you will not get the recovery of what you are looking for. And this is de-handlings. Okay, again, I'll say when we do with the farmer, it's a very painful area, because making understand to the farmers that you need to take out some hands to increase your recovery, because every hand is a weight and farmers see as a production. So convincing farmer to taking out something from his crop, it's not so easy. So then practically you have to show them by recovering, taking out this kind of fruits. Okay, it's something like a mother is having the 10 child. Okay, he can feed to the limited, but he has the 3 child, 4 child, and he can feed properly to all the people. So there's the mother plants, the banana plants is the same. If he has the 10, 12, 15 hands, so the feeding part is remain the same. Okay, quantity, but it has to be distributed. If he has a less number of hands, so distribution will be more, quantum of distribution will be higher for the single bunches, each hands. So that's again is a very important activity. And then so we take out the lower bales part, okay, at the right stage. And all this activity has to be done at the right time, right stage. Otherwise, it has not give the desired result, desired outcome, which we are looking for. This is ribboning. In the initial, I've shown you one picture. There's a small ribbons of different color that's coming out from that blue bags. Okay, that's called ribboning. That's indicate the age of the fruits. In the crop like banana, where the ripening is a very important criteria, uniform ripening is a very much important criteria. This is going to play. So we know that each and every banana, when it has harvested, what is the shelf life of that banana post harvesting? Either it goes to the export market, either it goes to the domestic market. So that's kind of activities, okay, that we do to ensure that the post ripening, their life remain up to the 40-45 days. And after 45 days, after 45 days also, trust me, the quality of ripened fruit will remain the same. It will not going to change. Okay, or at the very micro level, it is going to be changed. This two activities is again, is a lot of pain. I say banana is not a woody crops, and then the inserting the plastic between the hands, between the two hands, hands of a finger, it's again the very painful. Okay, it's you can imagine, okay, how they are working on that, and each time they have to take the ladder. Okay, it's such a labor incentive, and then bagging is then blue bags to, and then blue bags give a different kind of microclimates for the banana to have a unique sweetness. Okay, it's not verified, but if you, the people say to me, the consumer say to me, see, sir, happy banana khata hu, thoda meetha dikhta hai mujhe. But technically, scientifically, you cannot claim anything. Okay, why? But as per experience, that these kind of things give some advantage over the crops and the products. Then the harvesting again is the very critical parameters. When to harvest, at what stage to harvest. So the caliber of the fruits, okay, at what stage has to be harvested, that we monitor very closely to again to maintain the shelf life. Because once it get the maturity, you cannot export. You cannot send to the domestic market also to the larger locations from the Maharashtra or Tamil Nadu to here. Otherwise, your banana, half of the banana will get start self-ripening. So that's important. Again, the harvesting, in case of harvestings, okay, we never take out bunches on the soldier. It's a group of the 2-3 people who use the ropes, okay, plastic, kind of plastic, it's more very thin plastic ropes to cut the hands, and one of the labor just ready to take these hands and then put in the crates. So just to avoid whatever we can avoid the bruising part in the transit, and then in the crates, we keep 2 to 3 hands only. Okay, in each crate, then it goes transport to the pack house. Okay, the pack house. Okay, then this is the kind of hard packing from field to the, then it goes to the pack house. Then pack house, again, it's a very out of technology pack house where we have the running of water 24 hours. It's go through the, it's a long 40 feet kind of, that is allow fruits to get enough time to take out all the dirt particles from the banana. And if you see these 2 people, they take care of banana as a baby. They take the bath of the banana, each hands as a baby. What we do with the baby, small baby, with the help of rubbing soap, they take care of all the dust part, and then they segregate into the based on the size to the different grades. Then again, we do the depending on the variety size, then we do the packaging. Okay, and then dryness, we're drying the water, all the parts, so that it's not develop any kind of infection, okay, fungal infection on the way. Then the vacuuming and all the things. And lastly, this is what we get at the end of, and again, to talk about the traceability, Mr. Anuj has spoken yesterday. Okay, this again, all the banana having that traceable sticker. Okay, you can trace up to the farm levels, not only the farm level, up to there, the farmers having the 5 blocks, suppose. So you can trace up to the block level of that farmers, which date of packaging, which block, which fields, which area. This kind of traceability we have. Okay, so this is all about definitely with respect to the market size, as sir said. Okay, the Indian banana having the Indian markets having the capacity to absorb the entire production of the banana. If you talk about today, it is roughly 320, more than 320 million metric tons of banana production in India. If we did not go to export also, it can entire banana can be consumed in India itself. Such kind of huge market potential. But definitely, now the people, the lot of people, okay, after that also started coming into that. So, okay, and what I see in the last 10 years, the demand of the branded, the hygienically packed fruits is increasing. The main reason, one of the main reason what I see and observe in the last few years, and COVID has played an important role in doubling the business or sales, is especially the house lady. They are looking for the quality fruits. They are ready to pay for 2 or 3 rupees higher for the quality fruits for their family. That is the biggest change in the last 4 or 5 years happened. And that is where I see a tremendous growth, okay, year to year basis. Okay, and the COVID again, and the play, especially in the where the people have started looking for hygienic, not only the hygienic, but apart from that, okay, nutritional value. So fruit industry and the overall as growing. And in the COVID period, this is the industry where I have seen that this is it's not the degrowth. It's the only industry, okay, one of the few industry, apart from the medicals, okay, this is the growth. It's a constantly growth in spite of all this severity of the lockdowns, all the severity of the logistic issues. Okay, we continue to grow. Okay, so this sector again has a tremendous potential. Okay, and people, but definitely don't go only for the branding part. Okay, I'll suggest you must have to be the pain behind the branding part, that we need to understand, that we need to be addressed properly. Okay, so there is a huge potential. Thank you. I'll say it's not a very rocket science kind of ripening technology. Okay. Basically, it's a ethylene generated. Actually, what happened? Why fruits get ripened? When you take out the fruits from the plants, because of stress, it start releasing ethylene gas. So what we do, this same natural ethylene gas we release in the chamber. So after that, it just trigger the ripening process. And so once it's triggered, okay, then definitely in the ripening process, you need to have the certain technical knowledge, how much ethylene has to be released, what is the duration has to be released. That is the technical part, but definitely it's a very simple process. Okay. Okay. But technically some required. So no question. Thank you.
So before we move on to the next session, we'd like to felicitate all the speakers that came in for this open house impromptu session that we just had. We hope this was helpful. And as I said earlier, if you have any questions, the speakers are out here. You can actually go ahead and have a word with them later on. Let me quickly invite on stage Mr. Madhukar Gavli to begin with. Mr. S. Vamsi Krishna for joining in. Also, Mr. Rajendra from Tribo to kindly step up. And Mr. Kumar is already here. So this was more of improvised impromptu session where we thought that you will be happy to know the personal experiences of the people that are behind the curtains, making things happen and on the ground as well. So I want to thank all the speakers and extend our gratitude for sharing their insights on this dais. Thank you so much, Mr. Gavli, and congratulations on the wonderful work that Om Gayatri is doing. Thank you, 5 people for that. For the rest of you all, for the next one, you might want to join in, right? Mr. Krishna, thank you so much. Okay, after this. Thank you so much, Mr. Kumar, for sharing your insights with us. You all can do better than that. Come on, I know you can do better than that. Put your hands together and show appreciation. Thank you. Great. I understand it's like 4 o'clock that where you need your caffeine to go inside the body to make things happen. So we'll take a break later on. Right now, we have the next speaker joining us with the help of the technology. We want to thank Mr. Mihir Mohanta, General Manager, Supply Chain at Mother Dairy Fruit and Vegetable Private Limited. Mr. Mohanta, thank you so much for joining in. I'll let you take over the stage. It's all yours.
Good afternoon, sir. And I welcome to you all the participants, particularly the young entrepreneurs who have joined this Fresh India show. It's a great show, and great effort has been done by this company to unite the broken threads and putting them into one platform. Last year when it was started, I was absolutely thrilled that such a function can happen in India too. Now, I would not take much time, but I would just like to let you know that how this COVID period has become an opportunity for the agri-tech startups in India. Now, I have been closely tracking these agri-tech startups because I also been working with them for giving them some advices, some tips for a couple of some time now. Now, in 2008, by end of 2018, see, there were some 250 agri-tech farms that were working in India. Today, if you look at it by 2021, the number of farms are now plus 1,000 farms. Now, and India, for instance, is the third largest investor in these agri-tech farms. Now, these agri-tech farms, if you look at the COVID has been a boon period for them. Many of the startups who are on to the online distribution or who have online platforms for transactions, be it inputs or the outputs, have grown substantially because during this period, most of the mandis that most of these are APMC mandis were shut down. And this became a real opportunity for the startups to find ways to reach the consumer. And best thing that they had was the technology to reach the people who are locked inside the houses. And the next best thing that they did was to offer them home deliveries. This is something which it would have taken 5 more years to happen, has happened 5 years ahead. So that's a great thing for them. And many of the reports today
I don't know if you can hear this, Mr. Mohanta, but your internet connection seems to be really lagging. If you can do something about it.
at least these companies have grown
So there seems to be some connectivity issues with Mr. Mohanta. We're trying to get him back on. That should happen as soon as possible. Let's see. So this happens like we've come out of this hybrid virtual events world just now. And how many of you have actually been to a virtual meeting, like a Zoom meeting or a Microsoft Team meeting? If you can raise your hand, let me know. How many of you have been a part of that virtual meeting background? Then you understand this is a regular day stuff that happens, right? So we can't really do anything about that. But yes, in the meantime, I have some time here. I would be very happy to thank all our partners who made these 2 days of extraordinary conversations of intellectuals, industry leaders, government officials, and everybody in between. We want to thank these partners for making the third edition of this amazing show that we have for you, Fresh India Show 2021. We are talking about global conference, exhibition, networking meet, and awards. It has been a fantastic run throughout. And as I said earlier, if you have any questions, well, the Naqvi brothers are here. We'd be very happy to take any questions that you would want to give out our way. We are also celebrating UN's International Year of Fruits and Vegetables. And that's probably the reason that is going to make sure that this conversation is thrown out to the world out there. We had a lot of embassies yesterday where the word went out, and a lot of government officials coming in to pitch in what's going to be the future of the industry. So if you did not attend it yesterday, you can actually go and check out the videos on YouTube channel where you'll get to experience the conversations. Okay, coming back to the point, we want to congratulate, of course, Media Today Group for organizing it very impeccably. I would also like to thank our partners, associate partners, that's FIFI, for their undying support, their platinum partners, NAFED, diamond partners, Horticultural Department, Government of India. I would like to extend our gratitude to our gold partner, that's VNR as well. Amazing presentation a while back. Our silver partners, Afghan Naturally and Sayadri Farms. We want to thank them. You can actually, on your way out, check out Afghan Naturally kiosk that is at the entrance. Our kit partner is Desai Agri Foods. Our co-partner are SS Associates. We want to thank all of these and everyone out here. If you are from one of these brands that I just took the name of, you want to put your hands together for the wonderful work that you all have done in bringing much knowledge and awareness. Right. And of course, Mr. Naqvi, we would like to thank Hotel Pride Plaza for this beautiful venue. And AV is by Grover AV. Thank you so much for connecting us with wonderful, wonderful stuff here. Yes. Superb. Okay, I hope I'm not missing out on anyone. Actually, yes, I would like to also thank, we've been supported by these amazing people that you see, a whole list of people out there. Our media partners, we'd like to thank our publication partners as well. They have been instrumental in bringing this amazing talk to all of you. So more or less, I do not think that we'll be connecting back again on that virtual call. So with that, I think it's the right time that I ask you all to put your hands together for yourself for being such a wonderful audience one last time this evening. My name is Ravin. You were at the third edition of Fresh India Show. That's it from our side. We would hope to connect with you on our social networks. Please go ahead and check out our Twitter. You can actually go and see the YouTube videos of earlier editions as well. So join us for tea. Let's have some conversation offline. And thank you so much once again for being a part of the third edition. We look forward to seeing you in the fourth edition as well. Thank you.
Hello. As a part of celebrating United Nations International Year of Fruits and Vegetables 2021, we are happy to have been the first physical conference and activity being organized in India in connection with the fresh sector. We would like to thank our associate partner, Forum for Indian Food Importers, FIFI. The support of FIFI has been instrumental in gathering in the international participants and resource speakers for the conference. We would like to thank Platinum Partner NEFED, a farmers cooperative, for sponsoring the program and for bringing in farmer delegations and groups of cooperative societies. We would also like to thank Diamond Partner Horticulture Department, Government of Haryana, for showcasing produce from various FPOs that have been formed in by Government of Haryana in different part of the state. And this can become a very good success model for other states in India. We would like to put on record our thanks for VNR Seeds, indeed VNR Group, because VNR has quite a few activities, including from nurseries and fresh and other plants as well. So we would like to thank the gold partner VNR Seeds for putting up a display pavilion showcasing the best of the fruits from their members. I would like to thank silver partners Afghan Naturally and Sahyadri Farms. We would also like to thank kit partner Desai Agri Foods, who present us Happy Fruits, and SS Associates Global Strategy for local solutions. This would have been difficult had we not got a nice support from various partnering bodies. We would like to thank Indian Culinary Forum, HPMF, World Food Trust. We would also like to thank Food Processing and Packaging Machinery Industry Association of India, Federation of Cold Storage Associations of India, Indigram Labs Indigram Enterprise for Impact, an association of agri-professionals. We would also like to thank official publications, Agribusiness and Food Industry, Agritech India newspaper, our media partners, Processed Food Industry magazine, Ziraat Times newspaper, our international media partners, Eurofresh Distribution magazine, and Poland Fruits magazine. Our online partners, agrifoodtoday.com, St. Lawrence Institute, and Shri Ram Capital. We would like to thank online partners. So, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to thank all of you, and especially I would like to put on record our thanks to our audiovisual system suppliers who were able to very well put this hybrid conference, Grover AV, and of course, our venue partners, Hotel Pride Plaza, for providing us nice ambience and most importantly, nicest food. Thank you all so much. We will reassemble after the tea. Thank you.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress. Recording stopped.